Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you can go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
I want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah. Just woke up. I ain't feeling your side. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
What up, A. Smith? Thank you for joining. How y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whack, not necessarily the views of anyone. And don't take my word for it. Look that shit up. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí, se puede. Yes, we can. And not like Obama. Anyways, I apologize for being late. I got out of work late, so this is the earliest I could have came on. So we're going to roll on into this. I'm exhausted, I ain't going to lie. The name of the show today is How to Measure Sanity. It's like, does a person that's insane know they're insane? Does a person that's sane, are they sane? You know, how do you measure that? How do you determine what's sane? Does it depend on our social structures or the norms, the social norms? So if someone doesn't go along with the social norms, are they sane? What if the social norms are insane? What if the crowd is insane? What if the majority of people are insane? You know, how do you measure it? How do you determine who's sane and who's not? What are the parameters? That's just a question I have, just a thought. I'm gonna come back to it. I'm gonna come back to that because I need to get my bearings straight. So give me a second here. Let me see. What do we want to go into to give myself a chance to get myself together? Another day, another dollar, y'all. Grinding. Freaking hot. It's been hot. Let's do some democracy now so I can get myself together. What A. Smith say? Have you ever heard the words "I'm crazy"? When yes, you are crazy. Like, yeah, I am crazy. I sure am. But I think that a crazy person I think that that's a measure of sanity when a person says they're crazy, because an actual crazy person isn't going to say they're crazy. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to say, I'm insane. You know, only a sane person would say that. Like, you have to be aware of yourself. Thank you. You got to be aware of yourself to be able to say you're crazy. A Smith says, I'm at 117. It's hot like everywhere. Everywhere is hot, man. It's crazy. Insanely hot. Anyways, give me a second, y'all. I'm still getting myself together. I'm going to play some of this.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Russian ongoing attacks on Ukrainian grain supplies have destroyed at least 60,000 tons of grain as global food security faces mounting threats. Russia's navy's also carried out live fire and military exercises in the Black Sea days after Moscow withdrew from the Black Sea grain deal, and both Moscow and Kyiv said ships traveling to either Russian or Ukrainian ports through the waterway constitute potential military targets. Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan said today he'll be holding talks with Russian President Vladimir Putin, which could lead to restoring the grain deal. Meanwhile, Ukraine started using cluster bombs supplied by the United States on the battlefield. Over 100 countries have signed on to an international treaty banning their use due to the danger they pose to civilians, though it's not signed by Russia, Ukraine, or the United States.
Go figure.
In Nebraska, the teenager who used abortion pills to terminate her pregnancy was sentenced to 90 days in jail. Police charged 19-year-old Celeste Burgess and her mother, Jessica Burgess.
That's what I say too. I say I'm crazy too all the time. I know I ain't right. So it's like whenever I get into a relationship with somebody, I'm like, bruh, this you in for a ride. Let's go on a ride together, because I know I ain't right. I know I'm a lot to deal with, so I tend to let a lot slide, I guess, to a certain extent. Certain things I don't tolerate, but stuff having to do with mental health, I tolerate them things because I know that I have mental health issues.
Who assisted her in getting the pills and disposing of the fetus after Facebook handed over their private messages. Celeste was just 17 when her mother ordered the pills online. The events took place before the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade in June 2022. At the time, abortion in Nebraska was banned after 20 weeks. Earlier this year, Governor Jim Pillen signed a 12-week ban into law. Meanwhile, a court in Austin heard testimony this week from women who are suing over Texas's abortion ban, which puts their lives in danger when they were unable to end their pregnancies, even when they were non-viable. In a dramatic moment, plaintiff Samantha Cassiano vomited on the stand as she recounted her traumatic experience.
Yeah.
She was forced to carry out her pregnancy even after receiving a diagnosis of anencephaly, a severe congenital disorder that results in a baby being born without portions of its brain and skull. Another plaintiff, Elizabeth Weller, spoke at a news conference Wednesday.
I was sent home to wait for my baby to die or for my infection to start showing physical symptoms, even though they were already there. But I wasn't sick enough to get the care that I needed. There is no statement of pro-life in this state when you send me home to wait for my baby to die inside of me and for me to wait for myself to get to a point where I have to gamble my uterus and gamble my life and gamble any future possibility of becoming pregnant. It's not pro-life. In a sense, it's almost pro-torture.
The press conference was held by the Center for Reproductive Rights, which brought the lawsuit on behalf of 13 patients and 2 doctors. In related news, new data shows Texas's abortion bans likely leading to a surge in infant mortality as women are forced to carry non-viable pregnancies to term. Infant deaths increased by over 11% last year over the previous year. Meanwhile, infant deaths with severe genetic and birth defects rose by over 21% after years of decline. Florida's Board of Education approved new standards for teaching Black history after Governor Ron DeSantis and Florida Republicans passed new laws limiting what can be taught in classrooms as part of their anti-woke crusade. The standards include teaching children that, quote, slaves develop skills which in some instances could be applied for their personal benefit, unquote.
Man. So, hey, and then the internet is in an uproar about this or whatever. And then, like, you want to keep on defending this guy, DeSantis, and saying that, critical race theory is woke or whatever the hell, or, is teaching people to feel bad about their race or whatever. So then you teaching people that slavery taught people skills, like that's what it was about. Like, come on, man. Do y'all not see where this is going?
Quote. It also instructs educators to teach about violence committed by Black people. The Florida Education Association blasted the stand, saying, quote, Governor DeSantis is pursuing a political agenda guaranteed to set good people against one another, and in the process, he's cheating our kids. They deserve the full truth of American history, the good and the bad, they said. Vice President Kamala Harris is traveling to Jacksonville today to speak out against Florida's attack on Black history and education. In more news from Florida, rights groups are suing over SB 1718, a new law targeting immigrants, making it more difficult to work and get medical care, among other things. 1 in 5 Florida residents is an immigrant. In a statement, the ACLU not the solution to any problem. It's an attempt to scapegoat and terrorize vulnerable families and workers already burdened by the difficulty of the federal immigration process, they said. Meanwhile, the Florida Rights Restoration Committee is suing DeSantis, they say, for illegally intimidating people with felonies in order to prevent them from voting. The lawsuit accuses Florida of creating intentional obstacles to determine voting eligibility and creating an election police to go after people who may have cast ballots without knowing they were still not legally permitted to do so. Almost all those targeted by the police force were Black and Democrats.
Yeah, I saw some stories related to this, and what they were doing, they went out and they told these people that they could vote. It was a lot of confusion related to the law and whatever, like if you was a felon or whatever. And they told these people that they could vote. And then after they voted, they went and arrested these folks because they were like, oh, you can't vote. That's against the law. And some of these people got real ass time, like years in jail. Years in prison behind it. All they were doing was trying to vote. They thought that they could legally. Somebody told them that they could, but apparently they couldn't. And it was against the law. And they took these people to jail. Really effed up stuff.
In Georgia, Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger announced another 191,000 people will be purged from Georgia election rolls, even though they're registered voters. The move targets voters who are deemed inactive because mailed election materials were not able to be delivered, and voters who may have not officially signaled an address change. Kendra Cotton, head of the New Georgia Project Action Fund, said, quote, Georgia is well known for its wide-ranging and creative attempts at voter suppression. Voting is a right. If someone chooses not to use it, that doesn't mean they lose it, they said. Meanwhile, in Alabama, lawmakers passed a new congressional map this week that still does not include a second majority Black district as ordered by the U.S. Supreme Court last month. In other news from Alabama, the state executed...
Man, if you really want to understand what's happening when it comes to the voting, like voting suppression or whatever, then you understand how they draw up these congressional maps. Now, both sides do it, and when they talk about the cheating or whatever that's going on, that is the majority of it. Like, it's not really cheating though, because it's legal to draw up these maps. It's just that they do them in a way that's really foul. And so, you have the packing and you have the cracking, you have different ways of doing it. But what it does is it takes away political power from certain groups and gives it to others by drawing a map a certain way, and if you really want to understand what's happening, then you want to look at that. And then that's when you know how much your vote actually matters or not, based on how your congressional district has been drawn up.
James Barber early this morning after the U.S. Supreme Court denied a request for a stay. It's the first execution by lethal injection in Alabama following a pause last year to review a series of botched executions. The group Reprieve said, quote, "There's no humane method of execution. Executions aren't working, and it's torture," they said. A warning to our audience, the following story contains descriptions of sexual violence. In India, protesters have taken to the streets after a video went viral on social media showing dozens of men sexually assaulting two women in the northeastern state of Manipur. The incident took place in May, but the video surfaced just this week due to an internet ban in the region. The main suspect was arrested Thursday, accused of dragging the two women, aged 21 and 42, onto the street and inciting a mob of over 24 men to assault them, then parade them on the streets naked. At least one of them was raped by the mob. Manipur has recently seen soaring ethnic violence between the majority Meitei group and the tribal Kuki minority. The two women assaulted in the video are Kuki. The families of the two survivors have denounced police misconduct, saying it took law enforcement months to address the case.
That shit is a mess. And Modi just had a visit with the United States, and they were all like inviting him in, and then he had a speech talking about how he cares about human rights and he doesn't do discrimination and all of this. And it's like, well, what the hell is going on in your country, bro? Like, you're the head of the country, so you get to take the blame for this because you need to do something about it. Otherwise, if not, then silent inclusion means that you are supporting that shit.
In Ecuador, some 1,200 barrels of crude oil spilled into the Pacific Ocean Wednesday, contaminating over 2 miles of shoreline. Officials with Ecuador's national oil company, Petroecuador, said a tank in a maritime terminal had surpassed its capacity, causing it to spill. The company was only able to contain about half the spilled crude, while the rest collected on the ocean front of the popular Las Palmas beach. Cleanup efforts are underway as environmentalists warn of the effects the spill could have on local wildlife. Here in New York City, lawyers, plaintiffs, and city officials held a news conference Thursday following the announcement the city will settle for $13 million with racial justice protesters who were brutalized by the New York police during the 2020 uprising that followed the murder of George Floyd. This is attorney Wiley Stecklow.
Today's settlement is historic, and I'm very proud that it will bring some sense of justice to nearly 1,400 people who took to the streets and put their bodies in the line against police brutality. But as a New York City taxpayer, I am bothered. The payout is a red flag, but we still have NYPD executive officers like Chief of Patrol John Chell, Inspector Elias Nikas, leading unconstitutional protest policing in this city. Their example to the rest of the 35,000 members of service is that the Constitution does not apply simply when these high-ranking members of the service say so.
A lot of people are upset about this. So New York is going to pay a bunch of these people who were protesting. So it's like the people were protesting police brutality, and then they got brutalized by the police, and then they won a lawsuit. So the people lose, and then lose again because it's taxpayer money that's coming out to pay for this suit. And then the police who were on the force who did this stuff is still on the force out there to do it again, And they continue to lose. The people lose.
The Senate Judiciary Committee advanced legislation to mandate the Supreme Court adopt a code of ethics and stricter financial disclosure rules. The move comes following explosive revelations around several justices, most notably Clarence Thomas, who was lavish for decades with luxury travel and gifts by GOP megadonor Harlan Crow. No Republicans voted for the measure, though they did attempt to add amendments to make it easier for judges to carry weapons and to ban reporters from publishing draft opinions without court approval. The amendments were defeated. And in labor news.
So, okay. So they're going to try to, that's just kind of like PR, like to try to make, because see, the Supreme Court is losing its legitimacy, heavily, so they passed this thing where they have to do ethics and they have to disclose, monies that they've received and so forth and so on. It's just to kind of give some legitimacy to the Supreme Court, which is slipping through his fingers. So, but, I don't know if that's enough, the damage has been done. A lot of damage has been done, and a lot of people don't respect the Supreme Court like they did before. And who's going to hold them accountable for these ethics anyways, because there's nobody above the Supreme Court. There's nobody. They would have to hold themselves accountable, and then if they do a vote, then it's going to go on party lines or whatever. It's like the cops saying we investigated ourselves and we found no wrongdoing. That's the same thing that the Supreme Court's going to do. They're going to be like, hey, we investigated this stuff. We didn't break any ethics laws.
The International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees, or IATSE, has averted a strike that would have shut down Broadway after reaching a tentative deal to improve working conditions for some 1,500 stagehands, hair and makeup artists, and wardrobe personnel. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm hurting. My back is hurting. My wrist is hurting. I'm struggling right now, y'all. We're gonna keep it moving. Let's see, are there any comments worth the crap in here? Since when have Republicans ever been against torture, except for when it could potentially be used against them? Let me see. Another comment that says the U.S. is still hung up on fetuses despite doing away with millions of innocent fully formed adults. What I said before is, like, if you're pro-life, then you should be pro-life after birth too. You should be pro-life for the mom. You should be pro-life for kids, young adults, teenagers, adults, old people. Pro-life shouldn't just be in the womb. Then you're not really pro-life. You like pro-fetus. Another comment says voting is not only a right, it's an obligation. So I guess this person is upholding the idea that if you don't vote, then you can have it taken away from you, because you're obligated to vote. And if you don't vote, then it's okay if they take it away from you. That shit is crazy. Anyways, whenever you move, they always like, it's in your packet, your change of address packet, your voter registration thing is in there. So go ahead and fill that shit out, because otherwise they're going to say you can't vote or whatever. If you want to vote, I mean, like, me, I don't have much faith in it. I like to vote in the local elections because those are the ones that matter. But everyone is always caught up on like the presidential election or whatever. And that's the one that matters the least, I think, to people. You can make your vote barely has any weight when you vote in the presidential election, but it has a lot of weight when you vote in those little small local races. So, and is voting going to bring us out of the issue or situation that we're in? I don't have much faith in that at all. I think community activism is the answer, organizing your community and create a space within a space that, helps your community, your neighborhood. Find a way to work together to build things that are better for y'all. And don't even wait for the government at all. Don't ask them for nothing either. Just fundraise it yourself and everything. Another comment that says, thank you for reporting on horrible violence happening in Manipur, Amy. It means a lot to women in India and especially to the women of Manipur. Yeah, people don't care that much. It's crazy how, like, we talk about trans all the time and LGBTQ all the time, but just women, abusing women is a common thing that happens. And then it's like, it seems like the LGBTQ thing is overshadowing just regular women being abused, not being paid properly, being mistreated. Anyways, another comment that says, Black people, please band together, boycott, stay strong, help each other whenever possible. All Florida sports figures should stand with you. Another comment, it says, remember, if you're going to assert your bodily autonomy in a way the state disapproves of, do not communicate about doing so on any electronic platform. You might consider a VPN service or some sort of untraceable payment method, plus a Dropbox delivery location for any purchases. That's interesting. Maybe that's good idea because they approved that over the counter daily like pill that you can take to keep you from getting pregnant and stuff. But as far as the VPNs, they're outlawing the VPNs left and right. It's like just using a VPN, you can get in trouble for that. It's like it draws attention to you. Yeah, well, be careful what you Google and what you search and what you freaking order online because they can look at all of that. Another comment, it says, I sent my daughter home to bleed before the overturn of Roe versus Wade right here in Florida. She went back next day and was left in a hallway in a wheelchair bleeding. Her boyfriend raised the roof with threats. My daughter received 4 bags of blood that day. She was going through a miscarriage. So whose life were they worried about? Obviously not the mom. It's like pro-life is all about the fetus, not the mom. Another comment that says, God bless George Floyd and his family, along with all of who was harmed in that horrific act, by the horrific act. Another comment that says, the behavior of the state of Texas regarding abortion is anti-human. Well, it's not just Texas. Another comment that says, I don't understand how Nebraska can retroactively apply a law. If a teen aborted when 17 and she is now 19, that was 2 years ago. The law changed last year. Unless she was more than 20 weeks when she aborted. If not, she should appeal and sue. Similarly, where is the law that allows the government to seize confidential medical records? I know the case here is that the data came from social media, but other states are doing it. It feels like ACLU needs to get involved. Yeah, man, you don't have no privacy, no real privacy for anything. The banks just give away your information. You know, the they don't even need search warrants. They just ask for the information and they just give it to them. So don't think that just because, it's supposed to be a confidentiality clause that's freaking gonna protect you because it's freaking not.
I mean women, real women, biological women, women who were born with all the parts that you guys wish that you were. When does the delusion stop? What is the difference between you and someone who has been diagnosed to be mentally insane? What's the only difference is you don't have a straitjacket on. Stop talking out your fucking ass. Wake up. How are you projecting your anger on real women? Because we are the gatekeepers. We are the gatekeepers for periods. We the only one that fucking bleed, honey. We the only ones that can give birth. We make y'all people. We make y'all. Y'all come from us. You can't be us. You will never. You're chasing something you'll never, ever get. You'll never be that. Fuck is gonna stand up for us. Who the fuck stands up for us? And us, I mean women, real women, violent.
I think that she's referencing, like, yesterday I played a clip where it was a transgender person saying that women aren't the only ones who get periods or something like that. Like other people get periods. Like women can't gatekeep periods and can't gatekeep womanhood or whatever. And it's like it's making women lesser. I think that's what's happening. And then it's a lot of things are doing this. The ancient people worshipped women. Like all of the old cultures, it was the womb. It was all about the womb, the creation of life. And then when you talk about the holy trilogy, it's father, mother, and child. And that's the basis of all of these religions. But we've got lost, and people want to worship man, like men, people with penises, and they flipped it, instead of worshiping the womb, the woman. Like I was reading somewhere where it was talking about how they showed, I think it was it was an animal that was in captivity, and it was a female, and that female never had contact with another male, and they gave birth, like they made babies, like and I was reading about that it could happen in humans, like that they had a case that showed, like, if there was no men around, then women could somehow fertilize their egg and then make a baby. So, if that's true, I don't know for sure, but let's say that is true, then, what should you be worshiping? Like, what, they can bring life into this world without even needing a sperm, without even needing a man, you know and how does life continue forever? It does. It takes the woman, like, I always say that the man and the woman are like, a plug and a socket, like they fit together. They're not equal. You can't treat them equally. They're not equal. They complement each other. They fit together like hand and glove. So that's the way you want to look at it. Not that one is greater than the other, but at the same time, like I say, all these ancient religions, it was all about the woman. And we've gotten away from that. We talk about Mother Earth, we talk about Mother Nature. Why do we call it that? Think about that. Where did this come from? So, but then we're in this backwards ass world now where we belittle women like they're lesser, more and more and more every day. I don't know. That kind of thing gets me a little upset. I ain't gonna lie. Crazy, crazy, crazy. I'm trying to get into my little strive here, y'all. So give me a chance. What is this lady talking about?
Feed human flesh back to humanity. So unlike adrenochrome or the blood or the organs or the glands that is used by the elites for human consumption, that activate youth and vitality on a temporary basis for the human body, flesh erodes the human body when you consume. So the flesh of a being holds and houses all the fear, the horror, and the trauma that being went through in order to accelerate the adrenaline in the bloodstream. So there's two actions that are going on simultaneously within that human body. So we have always told you that the physical body is thought and emotion actualized. And in order to get the adrenaline activated through the bloodstream, that body has to be tortured and put through a lot of fear. That flesh then is fed back to humanity through the fast food industry. Any type of ground or processed meats have human flesh in them. So would you like to know why?
I don't know about that, but some of the stuff she said makes me think, the trauma. I think about halal, what makes halal is a lot of it has to do with the slaughtering process. It's not just the way it was grown and the food that it was fed. The way it was slaughtered, has to do with halal. So if the animal went through a traumatic death, then, and you consume that flesh, then, that makes it not halal. It makes it not healthy for you, because you're consuming that trauma. And I also think about when we talk about religion, it's like the Tupac quote pops in my head at the beginning of the song. He's like, my flesh in my flesh. It's like, and I always thought it was weird. I used to go to Catholic churches and it's like, eat the body of Christ and drink the blood of Christ. And it's like, wait, hold on. Why would I want to do that? Like, that doesn't make sense to me. Like, where did that come from? Like, that sounds terrible. Like, it's like, okay, so Jesus died for my sins and now I'm drinking his blood and eating his flesh. So if I eat his flesh and drink his blood, that's gonna wash away my sins. Like, I know it's symbolic, like it's not actual flesh or actual blood, but it's still, when you saying it that way and you're thinking of it that way, then that symbology has meaning, and you taking that in that way. You know what I mean? I just think that's really strange for us to act like that's normal, you know. And if someone said that they were eating humans or whatever, like, most people will be repulsed by it, like, right? Like, that's a sin, right? That's a mortal sin to eat other humans. But then at the same time, you go to church and then they're saying, eat the flesh and drink the blood of Christ. Like, there's a disconnect there, going on mentally, you know, for you to accept that and then be repulsed by actually eating people, you know. And then, like, I don't like what the lady was saying. I don't know about that, like, and they talk about adrenochrome or whatever, but you know, there is something to it related to, you know, consuming the torture or whatever, consuming the pain of others, you know. It's that movie Monsters Inc. I think is really more deeper than it seems. Like, it's the cartoon, the old version, the original movie, Monsters Inc. And you know, they were scaring the job of the monsters was to scare the kids, and it gave like power or whatever, like they got money for it. So, and it was like the trauma is what they were was currency. So it's like the trauma is a form of currency, you know. And I think that there's something to that, because you know, energy of being afraid, you know. And then we talk about threat level red all the time, and how, you know, the media is always scaring us. One every day is something, you know. I see the news stories about, like, oh, it's this new disease, or it's this new thing, or it's, you know, or it's simply just somebody in your neighborhood who's robbing and killing people who look just like you. Like, every time you turn around, every other news story is like scaring the shit out of you. It's like Ebola, or you know, some kind of stuff is on the lettuce and you're going to get sick if you eat lettuce, and or they recall this and they recall that. So check your cabinets, make sure you don't have this in there, because if you eat it, you're going to die or whatever. Like, you know, talk about cancer, and like every 5 minutes, and all of us be worried that we got cancer, because they're like, you're going to get cancer if you do this, if you do that. It's like, you know, I think there's, you know, because I think about money, right? And it's like they say money is the root of all evil. And, you know, I think that is much deeper than money, because these people have all the money they can have. So what would be more, what would be another step up from money? And it would be that, it would be the fear, it would be the torture, it's the pain, the suffering that they consume, you know. And like I say, it's not about the money, it's about making people suffer. If you want to call anything evil, then that's what that is. Like, you don't get no pleasure out of anything other than seeing someone suffer, experiencing the suffering, or you know, making someone suffer.
How did the new appeal coating with financial backing from Bill Gates get approved for use on organic produce? You'll see these appeal stickers on lots of produce items now. It means the produce has a coating on it that seals it up tight against anything getting in or out, preserves it longer, like the introduction of the refrigerator. Great, but what's in this coating? Well, it seems to be shrouded in mystery. The product intended to be organic, listed as Organapeel, is registered with the EPA as a pesticide with a rather short and cryptic ingredient list. Active ingredient, citric acid at 0.66%. Other ingredients, not named, 99.34%. And that's 100%. Great, it's all accounted for. Maybe it's listed that way because citric acid could qualify as organic if it's not from a synthetic source. But what about the other 99.34%? Because I'm supposed to eat this coating. Oh, and get this, the EPA requires this caution on the label. Wash thoroughly with soap and water after handling and before eating. The certificate the Organic Material Review Institute issued to it that approved its use on organics lists it as a fungicide with no ingredient specified. I'm not sure what that's based on, but this is starting to smell. It reeks of influence peddling. And the antiseptic for that smell is always sunlight with a liberal splash of transparency. I don't know about you, but I'm finding appeal rather unappealing. I don't think I'll dip my produce in this. So one of the
Yeah, so when they first started coming out with this organic stuff, I think it was like in the 90s, I want to say, the first time I really started hearing it becoming big. When it first came out, then, it sounded really good or whatever. Like, okay, so it's going to be healthier. They're not going to use all of these pesticides and fertilizers and stuff, you know? And so we know that since it doesn't have any, what do they call it? The stuff that makes it not go bad so fast, preservatives. So then it's healthier for you. It doesn't have any preservatives. So, but then that means it's going to go bad really fast, and then it's more expensive. So, and it's like, okay, well, you care about your health, and you're gonna pay more for your fruits and vegetables. But then as time goes on, you learn more and more about the organic stuff, and it just sounds like a scam now. At this point, the whole thing with organics, like I say, I used to want to buy that stuff, but now I pass it right up in the grocery store. Like, I'm not buying that stuff. Like, I'm spending more money for what? Like, what am I getting out of this, really? Like, you know, I think that what really matters is, like, you do want to avoid preservatives. Like, I don't have anything in my freezer right now. I don't freeze anything. Like, you want to eat things fresh. You want to eat light. You know what I mean? You want to eat it alive, so freezing it is not what you want to do. It doesn't matter if it's fruits, vegetables, or meats. you know um and then at the end of the day, you don't know where this stuff is coming from. You don't want to buy stuff that's grown on the other side of the world from wherever you are, because that's not going to be healthy for your body anyway, because your body has been adjusted to the climate and environment that you live in. And so for you to be healthy, you should be consuming things that grow naturally in the same environment that you live in, not fruits and vegetables from the other side of the world. So anybody that's telling you that you're healthy buying a fruit from the other side of the world is lying to you, because you're not going to be able to, your body can't consume those nutrients properly, because your body is not accustomed to them. They're foreign. So your body is just going to poop them right back out before it even gets the nutrients out of it. I mean, I'm all over the place with this, but this is a huge ass subject, you know. And the best thing is to grow your foods. Buy from farmers markets, local producers. Stay away from the big chains. You know, if you can't grow your own food, then you go to farmers markets. You go to your neighbors, or you go to whoever is growing the stuff. Go directly to it. What do they say? Farm to plate. Farm to fork. you know all these middlemen, all of this traveling, it's got a plane ticket that's added to the price too. There's so much going on with that shit. I don't trust the organic stuff for nothing now. Like, it has organic label on it, that means nothing to me now. Where y'all at? I know I came in late. I hope Pat or Deuce or Doc, somebody gets in here, so I want to talk so much. I have some stuff in Twitter. I'm probably gonna go to that. It's interesting. The Marjorie Taylor Greene, the way she sent the pictures, the nude pictures of Biden, and it was supposed to be like a burn for Biden or whatever, but it's backfiring on her. Like, and then he's suing her too, as a result of it. Ethics, I think they said. I can't exactly remember what the standing was for the suit, but it was a congressional hearing, and she texted out these things, these pictures, and it went on to her website too. And then it's like, they she's always talking about protect the children, but her website, it doesn't have no age limit on it, or whatever, age minimum on it, and anyone can get on her website and look at those damn pictures. So, like, she cares more about trying to make Biden look bad than to actually protect the kids, And hey, I'm not here to defend Biden. Like, he did some horrible stuff. We're talking about the kid, Hunter Biden, his son. I'm not here to defend this guy. He did some terrible things, but at the same time, I mean, like, what are we doing in politics? What are we doing on the floor, the House floor? we be talking about some naked Biden pictures, or should we be talking about legislation that's gonna freaking benefit the American people? Like, where has our politics gone? How did we get here? And we taking this stuff so serious. That's not serious. Shouldn't even be talking about that shit. I don't know. Whatever. I feel like I'm losing y'all. Let's go to Twitter. 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 Raheem Jones, 40, the killer wanted for shooting a homeless man in East Harlem, is busted. NYPD. Can y'all freaking hear me? Because now I'm having anxiety because nobody's here. I don't know if y'all can even hear me. Because now I'm having anxiety. Okay. Raheem Jones, the killer wanted for shooting a homeless man in East Harlem, is busted. NYPD. Man, people do not care about, like, it seems like that he killed this guy absolutely for no freaking reason at all. Let's look at this. I didn't I only preliminarily looked at this. I didn't thoroughly look at it, but freaking nobody cares. Like, human life is human life. Like, so a person who's a billionaire's life has more value than a homeless person, right? I think most people would freaking think that way, even if they wouldn't say it out loud. But I don't. I don't. A human life is a human life, bruh. Okay, East Harlem suspect busted for killing homeless man. NYPD by Rocco Perescindola. Police Bureau Chief published July 21st, 2023. Is there a video? What is that? That's an ad. Let's see. Is there a video to this? So I won't have to do so much reading. 1 second. Wait. Let's let this ad finish. This looks like some baseball stuff. I guess I have to read. It says the killer wanted for shooting homeless man in East Harlem has been busted, police said Friday. Raheem Jones, 40, was arrested Wednesday and charged with murder and gun possession. He shot Dejon on East 128th Street near Lexington Ave, police said. Williams, shot in the chest, was unconscious on the sidewalk when police arrived. Medics rushed him to Harlem Hospital, but he could not be saved. Police said it still is not clear what sparked the murder. Jones, who lives a few blocks from the crime scene, has 8 previous arrests and was paroled in 2011 after serving 4 years in state prison for selling drugs, according to police and records. He pleaded not guilty at his arraignment and was ordered held without bail. The victim had 6 prior arrests, including for robbery and petty larceny, police said. Why do they mention that? Like, why does that matter? Like, the guy got killed. Like, why do we want to talk about that's lessening him again? Like, we already said he's homeless, and then we're gonna say he has 6 priors, including robbery, petty larceny, police said. So we know he's homeless, so he probably did robbery to try to get something to eat or whatever. Petty larceny means he was stealing some food, probably, like, why even add that in there? Just, he's a human, he got shot, the homeless part is relevant, but this information right here I don't think is relevant. But then it gives people an idea, that what to think about with the victim, like, a perception. That's it for the article. Yeah, man, it sucks how people are with homeless people, man. It makes me so sad. And kill this man like he's nothing just because he's homeless. That shit can happen to you, whoever you are, can happen to you. So this one, it says Joyanne Reed leads the readout tonight with major developments in many criminal cases against Donald Trump. 224. I think this is the clip of Kamala Harris talking about Florida and the wait, I must not be sharing. Oh, yep, not sharing. 1 second.
Tonight on the readout.
How is it that anyone could suggest that in the midst of these atrocities, that there was any benefit to being subjected to this level of dehumanization?
What is she talking about?
In the midst of these atrocities, that there was some benefit.
Vice President Kamala Harris in Florida today with a blistering rebuke of Republicans for new standards requiring students to be taught about the positive aspects of slavery. Also tonight, Donald Trump learns when his classified documents trial will begin, and it could make for a very interesting start to the general election campaign. Plus, the DeSantis reboot. In Hollywood, they reboot shows and movies if they were really popular the first time. The problem for DeSantis is he's not popular, and the reboot looks a lot like the original failed sitcom. But we begin tonight with major developments in the many criminal cases against Donald Trump. Earlier today, Florida Judge Aileen Cannon ruled that the trial in the classified documents case will begin on May 20th, 2024, in between the December start date that the Justice Department asked for and a post-election date, which Trump's lawyers wanted. But even though Cannon didn't immediately cave to Trump's request, her time frame could still prove complicated, given the political calendar. On May 20th, all but 6 states will have had their primary elections, meaning we will probably already know who the Republican nominee for president is. And if that nominee is Trump, which is very likely, then having a May trial will no doubt lead to cries of election interference and calls for further delays. But even as the twice impeached, twice indicted former president is clearly counting on that friendly judge and the friendly Florida district to help him avoid conviction, he's not exactly out of the woods, especially as another indictment from Jack Smith's office could come at any moment.
So, like, the presidential election is going to be, it's already a circus. This is going to be historic. It's going to be majorly historic. It's going to be a whole circus. Like, who the hell knows? Like, I'm going to be watching and eating popcorn. I ain't going to lie. I don't really care. I don't have a horse in this race. So, I can watch it and not get all emotional, but it's going to be interesting. You got a person running for president who's also like could possibly go to jail, like, and then it's lining up with the damn election. Like, he's going to be on trial. Like, the people are going to be following the trial and they're going to be following the election. It's going to affect the election. And then what's going to happen? What happens if he wins and then goes to jail? Like, it gets found guilty or whatever. Like, wow, this is going to be a huge freaking mess. And to answer your question, Curtis, the name of the show is How to Measure Sanity. I was asking you guys to think about how do you measure sanity? Like, what is insane? Is if you're sane, how do you know you're sane? And if you're insane, how do you know you're insane? And do crazy people think they're sane? And sane people think they're sane. So how do you determine it? And I was asking the question, like, does it go by the social norms? So if you act like everyone else in society and you fit in, then that makes you sane. But then what if society is insane? What if the majority is insane? Then so there's a problem with determining sanity, because what's normal is considered sane, but what is normal? How do you determine that? And then with all of the stuff with the LGBTQ and all of this stuff, the craziness in the politics we were just talking about, like, I don't know, how do you determine it? I think the people who are sane are not going to be the majority, because if you're following the crowd, then you're just following along. And then people put on a face too. So people fake, right? people just go along to get along. They say what they think is nice. They say what they think they should say in front of other people, and then when they're home, they say totally different things. You know what I mean? So it's like we're bipolar. Like our society is bipolar. Curtis says, "You see what's happening to Donald Trump?" Laugh my ass off. He says, "With psychology, I can help." Yeah, man. So, um, and earlier I said that if you say you're crazy, if you're aware of your mental health issues, then I think that's a sign that you are sane. That's a sign of a healthy mind, is when you can scrutinize yourself, when you can question yourself, when you can check yourself, and pull yourself back sometimes, like, oh wait, I was tripping, let me stop, or whatever. But the person that's crazy, they just keep on going and they never pull themselves back. It's kind of like what I was saying about like people not being able to admit when they're wrong. you know they can't admit when they're wrong. That's a sign of a not healthy mind. And irrational fears, that's also a sign of a unhealthy mind. When you're afraid of something that's not gonna harm you, like you're afraid of the dark or something, or you're afraid of an insect that has no teeth or no stinger or whatever, like that's not that's those are signs of an unhealthy mind. So, and I also think it has to do with education. So then there's levels to this. So when you're super ignorant, I think you can fall into the insane boat. And I think that when you're super intelligent, like when you're really really smart, I think that you also fall into the insane boat. So the sane area is somewhere in the middle of it, not being too smart and not being too ignorant. So yeah, that's what I think about that.
Oh, well, I could only hear half of it while I was trying to set up this whole enjoying the conversation. So I'm not gonna ask the question that I last remember. Is like, well, it was more off the subject of well, the conversation. But I do know about government. That's why I asked. I was like, have you seen what Donald Trump has been going through?
Yeah, let me play this little clip right here, and then let me get your comments on it.
Should be a 50-state campaign for
Yeah.
America. Attacking popular Republican governors or senators in battleground states is more than unwise. It's self-destructive. Why do it? Voters in a general election want to vote for a winner, not a whiner. So please, for the love of God, stop talking about 2020. That will not bring a single voter out to support you who didn't support you before. You need to grow the pot, not shrink it. Be magnanimous and be the elder statesman that Biden is not, obviously capable of it. That will reassure people. And look, your policies worked before, they're going to work again. It should be a 50-state campaign for America.
That's interesting. So is she scrutinizing Donald Trump? Like, coming from Laura, that's kind of strange, right? Because she champions him. So maybe she's just trying to big him up. Like, hey, stop talking about you took an L. Take your L and go home. And let's talk about policies, and what you're going to do for the country. And instead of whining about saying that the election was stolen from you or whatever. Like,
Well, yeah, the good part about that is there are a lot of people that are he got. I know it's just conversation that most of this is, but man, this is like boots in your ass. I'm sorry, it really is. Deshaun is over here smiling because I'm like, oh, you're finally getting what you deserve for all the actions that you took in the White House, and you got motherfuckers climbing up the White House, bro. And you all cool and you calmed them all down while they're doing it. It was like, oh man, no, hell no. Deshaun was like, this is a move. This is a move. This is a very bad move. Look at this shit out here now. It's quite goddamn bullshit. I can see the change in shit like that. Not because I'm focused on it. That's why I even text them like, hey, if you want to talk about psychology, I'm usually the one stuck right the fuck there. That's why I'm the way that I am. That was my major. Things can't really change me because actuality is very hard to change. Actuality and what we really live in and who we really are is very hard to change. So When stuff like that happen, I don't explain that to a lot of people. When stuff like that happen, guess why I'm still here? I've been this way my whole damn life. Even before I majored in it, because I was always me. So
Yeah,
with what he's going through, I promise, I'm kind of celebrating. That's pretty funny, buddy. It's pretty funny. Oh, well, how'd you get those damn results? Of
yeah.
course, I don't care, but if you got which very lax, if you got a legitimate reason why you made the actions that you did, whereas people jumping up to the damn White House and they think it's goddamn freely, bitch, I saw the power in that shit. And I don't play racist. I don't play racist. That's one thing I don't mention. It's goddamn racist. But you know what race was up there, and everybody think it's free. But I'm surprised. Not that damn many people got shot. Because I was like, well, why ain't these motherfuckers getting shot?
Mm-hmm.
Now you should be getting shot, right? You climbed up the goddamn White House.
Well, it was
And so, but you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. You're talking about January 6th, and like,
Hell yeah.
If the demographic was different, they would have been in helicopters with popping people like.
Mm-hmm. But that was very well open. That was very well open.
I want to
So
get your
I don't think
comments
she's
on
helping
this.
him. But this equal out, I'm not a part of it. I'm not a fucking part of this. I know who the fuck you are. Can you say you learned from that? You probably
Let me get your
fucking did.
comments on this. Check it out. It says, while Governor Ron DeSantis wastes time suing Bud Light, Florida faces an alarming property insurance crisis, a severe teacher shortage, an ever-worsening affordable housing crisis, and countless other pressing concerns. It's evident that he is out of touch with real issues plaguing our state. And what I was saying was, he's playing the political game so that he can, he's trying to run for president or whatever. And he's touching people's buttons. And he knows with the political climate that we have right now, he's just using that to his advantage. Let me play this.
Governor DeSantis also says, and this is another volley that he has in his culture war. He's encouraging state officials to investigate Bud Light's parent company for failing, as he puts it, their fiduciary responsibility to stakeholders, because obviously the state pension has some interest in this. Do you think that's within his purview? Do you think that is an appropriate use of his power?
First of all, I think that the governor is trying to pull all rabbits out of the hat for his failing campaign that he has right now for him to become president. While the governor is trying to sue Bud Light, we have a failing property insurance crisis that we're dealing with in Florida. We have a series of issues within our education system, like a teacher shortage. We should still be talking about what we're going to do about reading proficiency amongst our young people. None of those issues are being dealt with. The governor is doing everything but being the governor. But what he did last legislative session, he changed the law where he can be the governor and run for president at the same time. Right now, Floridians are hurting. People's pocketbooks are hurting. People's wallets are hurting. But the governor is running for president, attacking everything else, but attaching himself to the right things that should be dealing with right now, and that is Floridians, the 22 million people who are in his state right now who need his attention that he has totally ignored.
Yeah, it's crazy because a lot, people are mad at Bud Light because they had the LGBTQ spokesperson or whatever, and then they stopped drinking Bud Light or whatever. So DeSantis, like, I'm gonna go a step further and I'm gonna sue Bud Light, and so it's really speaking to a specific demographic, that's going to champion him on doing that. But I don't understand, even within that demographic, why they would be on board with this, given all of the situations that really he should be working on. Like, how important is it to sue Bud Light? Like, with all the other things that's going on, regardless of how you feel about what Bud Light did,
Wait, with that question, let me ask you a better question. Not saying that question is dumb or anything in that nature, but let me ask you a question. What do you think is, and this is not to change the subject either, but what do you think the point of when humans go after certain things like that? What do you think the point of that is? Now, I have the answer, but I'll always get called an asshole for saying exactly what the hell they're doing. So what do you think the point of that is?
It's distraction, you know. It's
For
distracting
what?
from
But for what?
for political gain, so that he can, you
Yes.
know.
And why do you need political gain?
So it's his way to gain power, you know, to try to gain power.
Exactly. Exactly. That's why I don't. That's dude. I'm me. I've always been me. And but like the thing about it is, it's like, dude, if your goal is got that fucking vision, and I'm like stuff like that. That's why I'm glad. It's not. I didn't try to bring up Trump so I can keep talking about him, but it's funny that you remember that shit. That's not funny.
Yeah.
That's not goddamn funny. So most of these damn actions, it's more off of, oh, I can benefit from this, instead of, you know what, I actually fucking care.
Nobody
Because
cares.
nobody actually goddamn cares, bro. God damn it.
Let me read some tweet replies. This one, it says, Floridians deserve a leader who will prioritize their needs over petty political battles. So, and that's pretty much what I was saying. Like,
Mm-hmm.
regardless of how you feel about Bud Light, you know, can we put that on the back burner and deal with, you know, our actual problems that we have in it, you know, as Floridians, if you're in Florida, you know, and have a governor that's actually trying to look out for the people of Florida over some political like nonsense. Let me read this one. It says, "Don't forget about the migrants not being able to work, harvesting food, causing prices to skyrocket, or building all their construction projects left abandoned too." So yeah, so the thing was, he passed a law, and it just barely went into effect, I want to say, or it's about to go into effect, related to they can sue. Basically, the employers have to put the people in the computer system, so everybody has to be legal. They
Mm-hmm.
have to have legal social security number and all of that, so that they can be hired. You
Mm-hmm.
know, so it cuts out all of this under the table stuff that happens when you're using immigrant labor, like illegals, and a lot of them work on the farms and they work in construction or whatever. And what's happening is they're leaving Florida, you know, because they can't work. So what's happening is a lot of people aren't filling those jobs. So the fields, the fruits are just rotten. The crops aren't getting harvested, and the
Mm-hmm.
construction, the houses aren't being built as a result. And that's a
Yeah.
problem that you know, I would think if I was the governor of Florida, even after making that decision, is something that needs to be dealt with. Like, he needs to figure out how to get people in there to work those jobs, because that stuff needs to get done. So it's like, okay, you got rid of the illegals, that's cool. So now who's gonna build the houses and who's gonna harvest the you know, the vegetables and fruits? So
Yeah.
get to working on that.
Yeah. Yeah. Bro. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me
Dude,
see.
as far as the government, uh, I really can't. Number one, I'm one of those people. I have to, dude, you got to know the ground before you understand what the hell is going on with what's growing on it. If I'm saying that correctly, and I know I'm saying it correctly, you have to understand that. So with the government, you got to know the source. There's a reason that people that are, I'm not gonna say a little lower, they're way goddamn lower. They're just a little bit quieter. There's a reason. It's not for the camera. It's not for that. It's the exact same thing that I saw within the year, and I'm only using Obama as an example. I have other presidents, and I was like, man, this dude isn't bad. And I'm not empowering black people, but I'm showing a goddamn point. That's what I'm doing. I'm showing a fucking point. He's a very intelligent man, and nobody recognized that. He still had that shit. You still had that shit going against him, and man, I heard racism broke out like that for me. So the reason that I bring this up, just so that I stay speaking on the subject, is, bro, a lot of the stuff with government, and they don't say it or mention it, it I got family that are full blown, you know, they're in the not in the law. Oh god damn it, what is it? Democrat, and what's the other one?
Republicans.
Yeah, Republicans, Democrats, and then you got your neutrals, which are liberal something and stuff like that. Dude, my I forgot a lot of stuff. I forgot a lot of stuff, but I understand what those are. But the reason for that, because those pools also brings up their limitations and stuff like that, and with s- stuff like not trying to stick to my subject. I heard what the lady was saying, but that's a little bit lower in where my mind frame is. No, I'm not stuck with the president. Yeah, okay, yeah. Am I mad at the president now? No, I know who he is because he was the vice president at one time. After who? That's my point. He's a vice president after who? And you get your first black what vice president? And it's like, hold on, bro. So Deshaun is in his little mode, and it does kind of piss me off. And it's not that what the conversation is. Don't catch me. By no mean am I being trying to be disrespectful. I'm just being very fucking honest. And I'm sorry to curse because now
Yeah.
I gotta stop cursing.
Let
I
me
gotta,
read some.
but go ahead, bro. Your show.
Yeah, let me read some of these tweet replies. This one, it says DeSantis' big mistake is assuming the number of voters who love his rhetoric and draconian anti-woke legislation is far greater than it actually is. These voters are a minority, and Trump already has the majority of them. Doubling, tripling, quadrupling down is not doing him any favors. Yeah, so it's like
Yeah.
DeSantis is fighting for the same group that Trump is fighting for, and they're already the minority. So yeah,
Yeah.
he's fighting a losing battle. Let me read this one. It says the
Yeah.
resignation list in my Florida county of teachers is 5 pages long for next week's school board meeting. It's not been under 3 pages for many years. It just keeps growing. Many leaving education altogether. We go back August 2nd and have hundreds of openings and growing. So they need some teachers, and people don't want to teach because of all of these laws that he's passing that's making it hard for teachers to teach.
Okay.
This one
Okay.
is
You wanna go ahead. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me read this. It says
Like,
Florida has a
yeah.
crumbling infrastructure, skyrocketing insurance rates, rental rates up 300%, corporations buying up entire neighborhoods and pricing people out of their homes, highest increase in housing prices in the nation, highest rate increase in home energy bills, massive decline in the ecosystem's health. Ron DeSantis is great at culture wars, but when he is governing, but when is he governing to start governing? When is he going to start governing? Wow. Yeah, the bills.
Yeah.
Man, people are talking about their light bills. I saw Plies, the rapper, and he was complaining about his light bill. He was like, "Man, just turn it off." He said, "I ain't never had no $1,400 light bill or something like that. It was a crazy number." He was like, "Man, what the hell is going on?" And it's a lot of people complaining about their light bills. I got a really high light bill. Mine was like $300. I got a little 2-bedroom apartment. I'm on the second floor, and I got a floor above
Yeah.
me, and it's we don't really like. I keep the thermostat on the same temperature, and I work all the time. Like I don't know where the hell I know that it's hot or whatever, but man, it seems so crazy how much
Yeah.
we're paying for this damn light bill. How much was your light bill, bro?
Well, currently where I am, it's like $200. 200,
Yeah.
damn near 200, 280.
Yeah, that's about where I'm at, 280.
Yeah, it's hot. When no, I'm not teaching, but the thing about it is how I always kept my light bills lower than that. Because when I'm not there, my AC is off. Everything is off. It takes less than 45 minutes in order to cool certain places off. It's just learning, but to stay on subject, and so they're this is what the conversation is about, like what people are having to pay right now, right?
Yeah, it's about, I don't know, man. We're a slave to our bills. I don't know what the answer is. I'm just kind of complaining about paying the light bills. I know it's hot, but it seems
Yeah.
like I don't know. Like I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. I really don't. It
So
just sucks to have to pay his highest light bill.
yeah. So I mean, at this age, I know rates go up. Though it doesn't matter where you live, rates go up. They just do. You can have the cheapest light bill one day, and the next thing you know, you paying what you would have got if you went with goddamn, I can't remember another electric company. If you went with one of the big ones, that's just how things work in the reality here in and I only say here in the U.S. because I've never lived on another continent. So that's just how it works. When I was 21, my light bill was not this damn high. But as I grew up, I learned other light companies that paid less. They just paid like it was less, right? Right now, the light company that I'm holding on to is like, damn, I'll give you money, you keep my lights on. If I don't have the money right now, you give me a goddamn week, a whole goddamn week to figure it out. And I learned that shit. Well, if my check has got to come 2 weeks before or that week before, then so I started pushing it a little bit forward. And they got a hell of a lot of money. That's how my light bill was always highly paid because it's out of the time when I have to take care of rent. People don't actually think about their whole, and this is just what I've saw by visiting other people's houses. You're not in my core. My core is not included because I ain't got to. 9 times out of 10, my core got everything taken care of, just like I had. It's like, what are you actually doing here? You should be taking care of your business, and this is not a man against woman conversation. But you should be taking care of your goddamn business. This is yours.
Yeah.
So with the men, that's why I asked them like man or woman, and like with the men crying out about this, I'm like, shit, how long have you been doing this? And when they're older, it's like, what the fuck, you've known this.
Yeah.
When you were born, was it that damn cheap? No, it wasn't. This is not a new lesson. It wasn't that damn cheap.
Let me play this. Ben Shapiro is talking, and being in a first world country, he's saying, and talking about the heat and the air conditioning and stuff. And I was talking to somebody about that, and they were like, this guy was saying, they don't even have air conditions in other places and, around the world or whatever. But what I think people don't really understand is that over here in the States, especially here in Houston, the way we build our structures are built in a way that you have to have an air conditioner. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It can be hot in these other places, but they build the buildings in a way that it uses the airflow or whatever. It has windows. They build into the ground, so they use the coolness of the earth and stuff like that, and they angle the buildings in a way so that the wind can flow through or whatever. So,
Yeah.
but here we just have these boxes on top of boxes, and the materials. That's another thing. Like what materials are used to build. They're not thinking about them being cool because they just rely on the air conditioning. So what I'm saying is, in other countries and other places around the world, they build things in a way that they don't have to rely on air conditioning, even though they have to deal with these same kind of temperatures. Let me play that.
Can I point out that there are a lot of headlines right now about how hot it is outside? I know. It's hot outside. You know what I can do about that? 0 things. Thank God we have this thing called air conditioning. It's awesome. You know, it's a great cure for being super duper hot outside. Being a first world country. Amazing. It works out tremendously well. because it turns out that if you have a really solid energy grid and you have the capacity to turn on that AC, you're living quite comfortably these days. You know what sucks? Global poverty. You know what brings global poverty? Decarbonization. Let me also point out that the media always do this routine when it's very, very hot outside. They never ever cover it when it's cold. So it's funny. The media will say, well, it's not global warming, it's now climate change. And the reason they changed the term from global warming to climate change is because the climate in many cases is colder during the winters than it was before. So it's hotter during the summers and it's colder during the winters. They've called this climate weirding, but that doesn't really seem to go over all that way. So they call it climate change, which of course is an incredibly vague term because the climate is always changing. However, it is worth noting at this point that all of this, folks, millions will die of the heat waves that are occurring on planet. Oh my God, the ocean is so hot during the summer in Florida. Okay, so first of all, it is hot this summer in Florida. Also, it's hot like every summer in Florida. You've been to Florida? It's really, really hot and humid. Like, I noticed when I first visited here several years ago, and we moved anyway because air conditioning exists.
Oh man, Shapiro. He's a smart guy, but he
You saw that drop?
He's not being honest with people, and it's
yes, that's why I asked. Did you see that drop?
The global warming, the climate change thing is a real thing that's happening, man. It's not in somebody's mind that they're making up something. Like, you can tell that it's hot. Like, you have we've broken records this summer, all kinds of records, hotter than it's ever been, like, consecutive hot days and all of this stuff. Like, this is science. Like, I don't know why we're having this argument that it's not a real, like, climate change, global warming, or whatever you want to call it, is not a real thing, because it is a real thing, and all you have to do is go outside. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Like I say, Shapiro, he's a smart guy, but he gets paid to do this, what he does, and say the things that he says, it's a narrative that he does, and he's not being honest with people, and the thing is, talking about being in a first world country, oh, so that's the answer. He's like, oh, it's hot, so, well, go be in a first world country. So, but if you're not in a first world country, then screw you, or whatever. And it's like, if you are in a first world country, then be thankful that you're in a first world country. But I'm like I said before, like, you can build things in a different way. You don't have to use the materials that you use. You don't have to rely on the electrical grid, and they're talking about Texas is having trouble. It's thankful that some people are using, these solar panels and so forth, because otherwise we're drawing so heavily on the electrical grid because it's hot and people are running their ACs, that the whole thing could just fucking collapse and not work, because it doesn't have the capacity for all of this. So to take pressure off of it, you need people to be using freaking solar panels and so forth and so on. But what I'm saying is that this is not a viable system. It's not working. And all you really have to do is build things in a way that you don't completely rely on air conditioning. You build into the earth. You build with windows. You build with materials that breathe. We don't have to be relying on electricity so much that, and it's really all about people paying bills and making more money. Like, it costs to be alive. Like, that's what's crazy to me. You got to pay rent. You got to pay all these bills. You got to pay taxes. You got to buy food. It's like, when did it get so complicated to be alive? Like, did our ancestors go through this same stuff? Just call me crazy, man. Call me freaking crazy. Let's look at some tweet replies on this one.
All right, bro. My bad.
Says,
my bad. Trying to get my earphones on.
Okay, let me read some comments right here. It says, this is a very smart guy whose solution to climate change is submerged house. Simply sell the house. Like, that's what I'm saying. He's a smart guy, but come on, bro. Let me read this one. It says, That is such a jerk thing to say, Ben. What is this gift?
Ben fucking Aquaman! So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet over the next 100 years, say 10 feet by the next 100 years, and puts all the low-lying areas on the coast underwater, right? Which, let's say all of that happens. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Where are they going to move, bro?
I have no idea. Hey, can you hear me well?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman! So let's say.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there's some distortion, and there's like some noise or something in there too. Like, sounds like breathing.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but it's distortion, and there's like some weird sounds in there.
Okay, it shouldn't be any, but there's no sound going through where I am right now.
Yeah, it sounds
except for
weird.
the air.
Let me read some tweet replies. This one, it says, it's not like crop failures are going to affect him. The food is all in air-conditioned stores. Let me read this one. It says, hold on a sec. That A there, is that you, Tony? Drop me a line, David. I didn't get that. Another one, it says, he's planning on having a birth on SpaceX flight to Eon's colony on Mars. It's cooler there. Another comment, it says, why does he draw his eyebrows with a Sharpie? His eyebrows totally bother me. I ain't gonna lie. Like, what is it with this dude's bushy eyebrows? Like, they bother me. It says, imagine dinosaurs posing with an asteroid. It's showing this picture of 132 degrees Fahrenheit and 55 degrees Celsius.
Yeah.
So I guess that's the hottest place on the planet or something. I saw this floating around on the internet. Another comment, it says, my God, Dan Levy could play this guy without any makeup at all. Too bad Shapiro's life is already a farce. Levy couldn't possibly satirize that. Another comment, it says, all I hear is squeak, 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 squeak. Another comment, it says, yeah, the Southwest was practically uninhabitable before AC. What's it going to be when AC costs more than a trip to Mars and people are living underground, empty? From the Tropic of Cancer to the Tropic of Capricorn, empty of people. Maybe Ben can find a nice place in Siberia. I don't agree with him saying the Southwest was practically uninhabitable before AC. That's not true. It was lots and lots of people in the Southwest, United States before it was AC. Lots and lots and lots of people. So how did they deal with it? Did they die from heat? We have such a short memory when it comes to history, and it's like when we come up with these new inventions or whatever, and they do help our lives and they change our lives and change how we live or whatever, but then we completely forget about how we've been surviving on this planet for thousands of years, and we didn't have all these gadgets, and people did just fucking fine. Another comment, it says, seems to be the default conservative thinking. You can't change, so why even try? And that's another thing. I'm over here talking to Pat and Doc and them, and we talk about new things and new technologies and stuff, and it seems like they shut me down every time. Like, it's like everything that we talk about, the flying car, oh, that's a bad idea. We talk about the Line City, like, oh, that's a bad idea. And it's like, we talk about renewable energies, and oh, that's a bad idea. And it's like, so what is a good idea? What will work? Like, how can we progress? Are we just gonna stay the same? Like, it's like the idea of being conservative is like saying we're gonna stay the same forever, like no progression at all. It's like these crazy leftists talking about these progressive ideas, and they're just crazy and this stuff is never going to work or whatever. Like, how did we ever improve on anything? Like, how did we grow in any way? You know, with these attitudes, we never going to move forward in any kind of way at all. Let me read this one. It says standard air conditioners have limits. They can only cool to about 20 degrees lower than the outdoor temperature. When the outdoor temperature is 120 degrees, they don't work at all.
My bad. Dude, I was trying to fix the mic, and my earphones went down. I could hardly hear you. My bad.
Okay, let me read some more comments. It says, "Why does he look like Groucho Marx now?" Another comment. It says, "A first world country. Has he checked out Texas?" Telling you. Another comment. It says, "Why doesn't have air conditioning in all the crops that now can't grow under these temperatures, under flood or drought conditions, as the weather zigzags from one extreme to another?" And that's another thing. What he was saying, like, was disingenuous, talking about, yes, it is hotter in the winter. I mean, it's hotter in the summer and colder in the winter. This is a part of what's happening with the climate change. Like, you got more extremes that are happening. Like, you know, and I know this guy knows this stuff. Like, this is freaking basic science. Like, yes, you got more intense. The weather is more intense. Like, you have rainstorms where you didn't before. You got droughts where you had rainstorms before. You have snow where you didn't have before, and like everything. Like, it's just dramatic change.
Nope. Nobody gets actuality. Nobody gets it. Nobody ever gets it. I'm sorry. And I've learned to just apologize there because how do you not? I'm only 38, but I understand what actuality is. Things are going to change regardless, man. Regardless. That's even as far as the weather. The hottest I know where we are has been one. It's between 109 and like 115. It's burned up here before. But this is like new for people who've been alive through that, but you don't remember it. That's not why I'm holding your ass. I don't own dumbass minds.
Let me
I don't
read
even need. Huh?
Let me read a couple more comments. It says, given the current level of income disparity and political upheaval in this country, does Ben really think that America is a first world country? Another comment, it says, yeah, too bad he's not living in a first world country, and he's a good reason why not. Another one, it says, he really hasn't ever moved on from the sell your house and move days. Another comment, it says, this is just an absolutely fantastic metaphor. Another one says, decarbonization causes poverty, he said. Another one, it says, why is anyone still listening to conservatives? Another one, it says, this is the same man that said to sell your house when they're flooded from the rising sea levels. Like, this guy, he is really smart. Like, but he doesn't sound smart when he says these things.
Yeah.
And that's what happens when you get stuck in a narrative and you just want to defend a certain side or whatever, then you start sounding ignorant.
Well, shit, man.
Let's do this one. It says Florida babysitter arrested after 10-month-old infant dies while left in a hot car. Man, sad story. Let's look at this. So it's kind of on the subject because we're talking about the heat, and people need to hydrate, and people need to think about, their kids in the cars and stuff like that. Like, be very careful because that's an easy way to get deaded.
Yeah.
Let's read this. It says, Florida babysitter arrested after 10-month-old infant dies while left in a hot car. And I think I saw this before. Let's just read it. It says, Rhonda Jewell, a Florida babysitter charged with aggravated manslaughter of a child, police said. It's by Greg Norman. It's Fox News. Do they have a video? Let's just read it. It says a babysitter has been arrested in Florida following the death of a 10-month-old girl that police say was left in a hot car on a day when temperatures rose into the high 90s. Rhonda Jewell, 46, is now facing a charge of aggravated manslaughter of a child following the incident in McClenney on Wednesday outside of Jacksonville, according to Baker County Sheriff's Office. So we're still in Florida. It says police say around 8 a.m., Jewell, who has been the infant's babysitter on occasion since June of this year, picked up the girl from her mother's home before driving to another residence where she was going to babysit other children as well. Rhonda arrived and went into the residence, leaving the infant in the vehicle. It wasn't until the mother of the infant arrived around 1 p.m. to pick up the infant that Rhonda realized the infant was left in the vehicle. Baker County Sheriff's Office said, damn. It says the infant was transported to Frazier Memorial Hospital, where she was pronounced deceased, police added. Rhonda Jewell was subsequently arrested and delivered to the Baker County Detention Center. A police incident report said the temperature inside the vehicle where the child was left reached over 133 degrees for a period of at least 5 hours, according to the First Coast News. The station citing the report said hospital staff indicated to police that the child's internal temperature reached 110 degrees Fahrenheit, the highest reading its thermostat could record. Damn. Jewell has since bonded out of Baker County Detention Center, First Coast News also reported. Each of us are given the gift of life every morning we wake up, and every evening when we finish our day, we are blessed if our family is safe and healthy. In the blink of an eye, our world can be turned upside down, Baker County Sheriff's County wrote and said in a statement. Please be mindful of this when trying to understand the tragedy that took place in our small town. It says, Roden said the case was a 911 call that no law enforcement officer ever wants to receive. I am asking my community to respect the privacy of the victim's family and to please join me in prayer for the family and everyone involved, he also said. Wow, that's a sad story. And I'm sure it was an accident, this kind of thing happens, but you got to pay attention. You can't freaking make mistakes like that. I think that people don't pay attention enough to their kids. They don't pay enough attention to children anyways. Like they ignore children. They don't talk to them. They don't freaking it's like people treat children like an accessory, like it's their bag or whatever,
like they didn't even have them.
And it's really sad. It's really sad, and this is a very sad story right here. Like my heart to the people, to the mom. I mean, like, wow, she showed up to pick up her child, and the babysitter's like, wait, where's the baby? The baby's in the car, and this baby is freaking dead. Like, God, I can only imagine that, Like it makes you not want to get babysitters. It makes you, not want to trust anyone, but people have to go to work. They have to make a living, and it's so crazy how much it costs for childcare,
At the same time, they don't have the knowledge to accurately raise a kid. That's what I'm saying. I'm in my mode because my dad passed away 4 years ago, and I remember everything that man said. Even on his last day, before he was passing, I remember my dad on his last day that I saw him. It was me that figured out that, oh my damn, and it was me that figured out. And was like, Mama, you talked to Daddy before he passed away, didn't you? He was like, yep. And I was like, you knew, didn't you? She was like, yep, I knew. And I was like, damn. My dad was a man of his not his problems, his damn plans. He made those happen. And remember, I'm the last born, so I've known this man my whole damn life. Just like my brothers and my brothers and my sisters did. But no, my point in bringing that up is like actuality. It does come from being raised, what you were mentioning. It comes from being raised, bro. It's not a mental game. It's the game that you allow to be played. You allow that shit, then man, just you allowing it. Don't you know more? You should know more.
Let's cover this. It says It says, "Are we a step closer to solving Tupac Shakur's 1996 murder?" Al Jazeera explains. Let me play this clip here.
Have you heard?
That's sad
They
shit,
have a
bro.
break in the Tupac Shakur murder case. Almost 3 decades after the
Oh
unsolved
god.
murder of American rapper Tupac
I
Shakur,
saw this
mainly
story.
known as Tupac, Las Vegas police have revived the case. Police in Henderson, Nevada have searched a home that they believe is linked to the drive-by murder of Tupac in September 1996, who at the time was 25 years old. The home is reportedly linked to an early suspect of the shooting. Now, over the years, the lack of arrests fueled speculations that Tupac's murder was related to his feud with the rapper The Notorious B.I.G., also known as Biggie Smalls, who was also shot dead just 6 months later. Both their murders remain unsolved, but could the search warrant finally lead to the arrest of Tupac's murderer? Let me know your thoughts on this.
It's crazy how, what did she say? It's been 20 years. Both of those
Mm-hmm.
murders are
Have
unsolved.
you heard? They have a break
Mm-hmm.
in the Tupac
Facts.
Shakur murder case.
That's
Almost 3 decades.
crazy. You know, it's like the police don't have incentive to solve murders. Like it's
Oh no,
like
no,
there's
no.
no.
They focus. They do, but it's how much money are you gonna make?
That's that's the point I'm making. Is there's not money in solving murders.
Oh no, there is, but
So they
as
don't
an
they don't have.
individual, as a person, where's your starting point in that? If there's no money to be made, if I had to solve somebody's goddamn murder and be like, no, you get to do it for free, and there's no money on it, it was like, why would I do that? Because I out my goddamn self and I become the demon or the bad person to whoever the fucking killing me. You're not gonna help me. You just know who did it, but you gotta catch me before these assholes do.
It's crazy, you know, and
That's why money is always involved. We are not, dude. Oh my god,
they don't have
we are
no
not the
financial.
people that people think you can play there. We're not the people that people think, and I'm not talking about skin color. You already know that because I mentioned that a little bit earlier. And we're not talking about skin color here. We're talking about what's your mind again? Talking about serious shit. It does not get to Sean. It does not. It's like, hold on, man. Well, how you building off of that?
Yeah,
You tell me
they don't.
one damn bullshit, and then it's like, oh well, how you building off of that? Because now I gotta know because where I'm built, it's like fuck no. Most people are not invited.
Yeah, they don't have no real financial incentive to solve these murders, and it's really
They don't have
amazing.
life incentives, bro.
It's amazing that so much time has gone by, and these are such huge profile murders
This is
related
where
to
we
Pac and
this is where
Biggie,
we live.
and they haven't solved the murders. Like that's crazy. Like I'm sure it's people on the street who know who did it or whatever. Like, but the cops don't, and like nobody's been arrested after all this time.
Nope, nope, not
Let
at
me
all.
read some. Let me read some tweet replies. It says. This one, it says, "It was crooked police. It always is. Intelligence ties." Another one, it says, "Al Jazeera, tell them to stop deceiving people. Pac was killed immediately after he left a boxing match. Imagine how they decorate such social gatherings with security apparatus in U.S., but yet there is no specific answer for Pac's assassination."
Hmm.
Yeah, so it seems like they should have been solved this murder. Like, yeah. Why even do it now? Like, and a lot of people it was like Pac was killed for the stuff that he was involved in, the street stuff. And then Biggie was like killed for no reason because of the East West Coast thing that was going on at that time. And people thought that Biggie had something to do with Pac's murder. And that's what got Biggie murdered. Like, so Biggie died for no reason at all. Pac got killed for whatever he was involved in. It's just a really sad story all the way around. And it's added, the sadness is added that they still haven't solved them, or no one's built. So the people who killed these people are still walking around or whatever. Like they still like barbecuing or whatever the hell, like living life.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
Let's do this one. It says authorities say a woman and her 3 children were found dead in an Oklahoma home in what may be a murder suicide.
Yeah.
Let's read this. Huffington Post. Let's go to this. Give me a second. 1 second. Huffington Post. Mother and 3 children dead in possible murder suicide after police standoff. Authorities say a woman and her 3 children were found. What the hell? Ad popped up. Oh, they're playing this. The thing about the are they doing an ad though? Hold on, I might come back to that. It says a woman and her 3 children were found dead in Oklahoma home Thursday evening in what may be a murder suicide following an hours-long standoff, authorities said. The names of the victims weren't immediately released. The standoff began in the small town of Verdigris in a suburb of East Tulsa, when police officers driving along the street saw fireworks coming from inside the garage of a house, according to Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigating spokesperson Hunter McKee. It was at that time the officer knew that there was something wrong, went to investigate, called for backup, McKee said. The officer saw what Police Chief Jack Shackelford described as a Roman candle firework and found a woman and 2 children locked in a garage. The woman said she had taken another child to the home for a supervised visit and was met by an armed woman who took the child and locked the woman and 2 other children who were with her in the garage. Shackelford said. Several agencies around the house, including a SWAT team from Cherokee Nation, following a 3-hour standoff with no response from the inside the house, McKee said officers entered the home and found the adult woman and 3 children dead with gunshot wounds. The 3 children are believed to range in age from several months to around 11 years old. A handgun was found at the scene, and the killings are being investigated as murder-suicide, authorities said. Shackelford said officers went to the home several times in the past on domestic and mental health calls. Koki TV reported it was not immediately known how the 2 women knew each other. Is that it? Yeah, that's a crazy story. I mean, the domestic violence is, and I tell my daughter this all the time, like most of the time, like when someone gets killed, it's by someone they know, friend, girlfriend, boyfriend, husband, wife, even cousin, mom, dad. And so domestic situations are very dangerous.
Yeah.
Who knows what the situation was with this, and I think a lot of people are they're in desperate times, like they stress the
Hey,
hell.
I 100% hear what you're saying. Most of the time, when people they go through stuff like that, it is on most of the people they know. No, this is not a mental build, and psychology is very strong. This is why I be telling people, well, no, don't take psychology. It's a bitch. And I'm not talking about me mentally. And I did, yeah, that's me pointing at me. So I'm not talking about me mentally because shit, you got no capture on that. Like I will always be me, and please go die at me being black because I love this skin color shit. Because my mind is very goddamn strong. Answers come out all the fucking time, and no one knows it until they have to sit there and watch me staring at these motherfuckers like this.
Let me play this. We
But
covered this.
let me finish that. Like what's happening, dude? There's a lack of people giving a fuck about other goddamn people. Like you don't get it. Say I'm a lost black guy because I love that shit too. Now say I'm totally close.
Yeah, people don't have they don't value human life. They don't value life.
No, we don't value each other. So how's the build? This is why. Well, dude, not changing the subject. I know we're on narcissistic and logical, supposedly logical, but it's more legitimate. And it's like, whoa, bro, you can't say you don't care about that shit if you waste it every time it hits you because it hits you all the fucking time and nobody fucking gets it? Like, how does that happen?
Check
You're
this
not
out.
there.
Check this out. It says country star Jason Aldean's latest song has attracted intense criticism.
Mm.
It says "Try That in a Small Town" has been called pro-lynching and violent. It says the lyrics include not so subtle threats to outsiders and protesters who don't share Aldean's political views. I don't think I can play this song. Hold on, let me skip over this. I don't want to get a copyright ding. It says parts of the music video were filmed at the scene of a 1927 lynching in Columbia, Tennessee. It is also includes images of confrontations between police and protesters.
You're a busy owner-operator working hard to run your trucking business. It's
These freaking ads, man. I'm gonna move on anyways because we covered that yesterday. Had you heard about that? Had you heard about that? The country music star and that song and all of the backlash.
Well, so what's the bad part? Because I didn't hear that part.
You didn't hear about it? Yeah.
Well, no, I didn't hear about the whole thing. I was like, I heard what was this on the speakers, but
yeah, it was
what's
saying it
going
was
on?
racist. It was saying the video is racist and the song is racist or whatever. That's what they're saying. And
that's active in a lot of music. And no, this is not me starting you, but if that's what came from there, and it's like it's in black people's music, it's in white people's music, it's every fucking where, and nobody fucking notices it. And no, I'm not your goddamn dot of beginning. So you play there, then you're gonna see goddamn Deshaun, and then Deshaun gonna be like, oh well, how'd you do that? So no, that's the point of break. Damn it. Yeah, that's pretty fucked up. That is pretty fucked up. I hear a lot of music. Most of my gospel music that I listen to right now, and yes, I did just kind of change the subject a little bit, but I'm stuck on priority. Priority is the first thing that any motherfucker that lives. Now I'm talking about goddamn men. Yes, if you live here in this fucking planet, you better get your shit. Oh, I'm old. I'm sorry. I'm my bad, bro. I'm old. You already know me. My bad.
Let's cover this right here. It says companies may have to shift working hours and give workers a break during the hottest times of the day, the Red Cross says. The return of the siesta, how extreme heat will change your workday. Companies may have to shift working hours and give workers a break during the hottest times of the day, the Red Cross says. And that's interesting because Texas passed the law recently. Abbott was like, they don't have to give mandatory water breaks to people who are working outside. That was in the news recently. So it's like these people are saying that people need to change the way that they do things because it's so hot. So
I'm about to sound like the enemy right now, and I'm starting to get used to it because actuality does not exist. That's what I see. That's what I go through. For the last 2 goddamn years, because I've always had my SHIT, and that's one of the reasons why I even stopped cursing is because I'm like, well, shit. So how you gonna be pissed off at me if I don't use those 4 and 5 syllable words that you understand, but I use the same 4 or 5 syllable words that you do understand, but you can't spell. And that's not where I stopped him. And he was like, no, you know the word. Well, what does it mean? I'm a very kind and positive, very positive man. Dude, what needs to be done is, just trying to finish off the conversation that we're having.
Let me read this right here. It says, this is newsletter CEO Daily is Fortune by Peter Van and Nicholas Gordon, July 21st, 2023. It says, the return of the siesta, how extreme heat is going to change your workday. It says, can I read this? It's not going to let me read it. Oh, it's not going to let me read this.
Why not?
They want me to subscribe, and I'm not going to do that. So, fuck it. Let's move on. That sucks. I hate that. They make you pay for everything, man.
Shouldn't.
I looked at this earlier, and I could have swore I was looking at the article, but whatever.
Yeah.
So, ACs in prisons. People are, the prisoners are dying, and they're calling it other stuff. Like they're saying that they have other conditions, but it's from the heat. But the prisons are lying about it. They're not being honest about what's causing these people to die. And so let me go to this article right here. Hopefully they let me read this one. These people didn't go to jail. Like they didn't get a death sentence. And then people don't care about people that's in jail. And they're like, oh, well, they shouldn't have got in trouble. Well, whatever they got in trouble for, it wasn't, they didn't get, they shouldn't die. Like, you know.
Oh God, dude, there's a lot. There's a lot there. The right subject, you'll get the answers.
So let me read this. It says, advocates demand special session to approve install air conditioning in Texas prisons. About 2/3 of states' 100 prisons don't have air conditioning in most living areas. Is there a video? Let's see.
That's right. You're e-signing. I don't know what to do with this feeling. Yeah, you do.
All hands meeting! Listen up! You've been drowning in paperwork.
Fucking ads.
But while we hide from the heat, thousands of inmates across Texas don't have that luxury.
70 of the state's 100 prisons don't have air conditioning. Our Michelle Choi spent hours looking into the new push to change that statistic. Michelle?
Yeah, Dave and Steph, this morning we're waiting to see if Governor Greg Abbott will respond to those calls for change. Right now, prison rights advocates, as well as families of inmates and several lawmakers are demanding he call for a special session to approve installing air conditioning units in Texas prisons. Take a look. Less than 24 hours ago, they gathered both inside and outside the state capitol, demanding more humane conditions and sharing devastating testimonies of losing loved ones due to the brutal temps inside the prisons. This as the extreme heat continues to bear down across the state. Lawmakers in support say this fight isn't a political issue, rather a humanity issue.
Not talking about comfort. We are talking about a matter of life and death. So hot. He's so exhausted. He was having trouble breathing. And they were barely getting any kind of water at all.
Right now, 2/3 of the state's 100 prisons don't have air conditioning in most living areas, which means thousands of officers and prisoners are living without ventilation inside these concrete buildings in extreme heat. Since mid-June, at least 9 prisoners have died of reported heart attacks in prisons without AC, according to the Texas Tribune. Now, advocates and lawmakers are hoping more pressure will encourage politicians to allocate some of the state's $32 billion budget surplus from this past session to bring prisons up to livable standards. Now, we've been checking all morning, but so far, the governor's office has not yet responded to questions about the special sessions call. Back to you.
We'll wait and see if the office eventually responds. Michelle Choi, thank you.
Really, really sad that we.
That's right. You're e-signing. I don't
that
know.
we have to even have these conversations. Like, why don't they don't have the air conditions in these prisons, and these people are baking. They're baking these people to death in prison, and then nobody cares just because they went to jail. Like, anybody can end up in jail, man. It can happen. Like, unfortunate series of events, and then your ass will be in there baking, and then maybe your attitude will be different about it. It's really, really sad. Nobody cares about humans. I don't know what to say about it. It's really sad.
Yeah, it's very fact. It's very fact. Like that's exactly what I was mentioning. Internally, we don't care about each other as much as we care about ourselves. But as a gift, you have to have yourself first. Your mind is the biggest gift that you will ever find in this entire planet. You can build that regardless of the bullshit that you hear from anyone. Did you hear me?
Let me play this.
Sheriff Ed Gonzalez confirms the FBI has agreed to investigate the deaths of 2 inmates at the Harris County Jail.
This comes after families and civil rights officials demanded a federal probe into the growing number of inmates dying behind bars.
Joining us now, Adam Bennett, live from downtown. Adam, the families also want to speak with the sheriff and see video.
That's right, Mia. They tell us that the little information they have gotten so far about their loved ones' deaths just doesn't add up. Meanwhile, prominent civil rights lawyer Ben Crump says last year at least 28 inmates died in the jail's custody. He says this year so far that number is at least 4 inmates. 1 week after former jailer Eric Morales became the first ever detention officer criminally charged in connection with an in-custody death at the Harris County Jail, the sheriff's office announced the FBI will be reviewing that death of Jaquari Simmons in 2021, along with Jacoby Pillow's death last month. Lawyers say Pillow was being released on a $100 bond for a misdemeanor trespassing charge when he was involved in a fight with jail personnel. Pillow got new charges, was detained overnight, and found dead the next morning.
It's been 7 weeks, and we have not been notified or told anything.
This morning, his family demanded answers, accountability, and change.
Being a former employee in Harris County, working for pretrial, I've witnessed correctional staff mistreat detainees because they were in need of insulin for diabetes or other medical issues, and I've literally witnessed them be the reason for altercation taking place between them and detainees, and it's not fair, and it's not right.
Prominent civil rights lawyer Ben Crump held the press conference with Pillow's family and several others whose loved ones also died in custody.
How do I explain that she's never, ever coming back to a 7-year-old?
Harris County, y'all need some help. We need some help, man.
Lawyers are working to help the families get evidence.
You don't need to say no more. Just release the video.
Attempts, they say, so far have gone nowhere.
Invite the families in and let them see it. Talk to them so that they're not in the dark.
Really, really sad. So the guy was in jail for a misdemeanor, some little misdemeanor thing, and he ended up dying. And then they brushed this stuff under the rug, and they cover this stuff up. And Harris County has a reputation for this type of thing. Like,
No, it's not a reputation. It's a reputation. It's what the fuck people know you about. But allow. I'm like, damn, dude, you can't do that shit through racist, bro. Like, for real, you cannot. Everybody thinks it doesn't matter what color you are. When people find out you fucking killing, you get the whole goddamn course ready to kill your ass.
Yeah, I don't think
I
this is a
shit you not.
racial thing because anybody can end up in jail. Like they just need to put the damn ACs in there, and then whenever anything happens, they need transparency. They need to let people know what the hell actually happened. Stop covering the shit up and lying about it and saying it was something else than what it was.
I don't know, dude. They play these their own fucking mental games and shit, but trying to fucking make money off it. Bitch, I make my money not based off fucking laws. It's what's allowed, and they never find that shit. They never fucking find it, and just like what's allowed, not by the fucking laws. What's allowed, bitch? If I find some goddamn weed that's growing out of the goddamn group, did I build it myself? No. Did I see it growing? Yeah. Did I know it was weed? Yeah, of course. But where's it legal? That's a very, very small introspect that I just gave there. And we're like, yeah, it's mine now. Arrest me. I'm the one that got me out of jail. That was me. Because I started fucking cursing the goddamn cops out. I shit you not. I wish to God I was making this up. I stopped saying God and I call God the creator. Because who created all this shit? Now, I'm not talking about your goddamn life. I'm talking about the fucking planet. I'm talking about the oxygen that you breathe, the water that you drink. And yes, I am still Deshaun. Yes, I am pissed off. Maybe he just got pissed off all that shit. Will start your ass over. This is not a game. Not me, motherfucker. Life itself. I'm very calm. This is not funny. So when I hear shit like that now, after fucking 2 years, oh no, man, fuck you. Get the fuck out. You shouldn't be. The only ones that get that freedom, they're younger than me. At the age that I am right now, it's a fuck no. Why don't you know this? I went through it with logic and knowledge and calmness. The rest of these motherfuckers go in because you think you run this bitch. You don't run this fucking earth. Who's your creator? Who created you? And you blame your parents, their ass is going down too. Who created you? Learn where that fucking learn what it. I don't like mentioning it. I shut my shit down.
Let me read this. It says the Washington Post. It says it's not just a record hot day or two. Unprecedented heat waves or abnormally warm ocean waters. All indications are that it will be the hottest single month on Earth on record and possibly in more than 100,000 years. So it says we are living through Earth's hottest month on record. Scientists say the monthly global record will serve to punctuate what has been an onslaught of recent weather extremes. So let's go to this. So this is science, and like people want to argue with this stuff. Like
argue with what?
They want to argue with the science. It says we're living through Earth's hottest month on record. Scientists say it's not just a record hot day or two. Unprecedented heat waves or abnormally warm ocean waters. All indications are that this will be the hottest single month on Earth record and possibly in more than 100,000 years. Every day this month has set records for average global annual temperatures, and already 17 days in July have been hotter than any others in more than 40 years of global observations, climate scientists said. Not even 3 weeks into the month, scientists' declarations of an already assured monthly global record serve to punctuate what has been an onslaught of recent weather extremes. Record heat has been observed from Arizona to Rome to China. An unprecedented wildfire season continues in Canada. Flooding, juiced by the fact that the warmer air holds more moisture, has devastated Vermont, northern India, and South Korea. We're just really starting to see climate change kick in, said Nathan Linson, a postdoctoral researcher in the University of Colorado focused on historical temperature data. Seeing so many types of weather and climate extremes in a 6-month period is pretty remarkable. While it is too soon for official records, all preliminary data points to this month being a watershed for the globe. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration data captured on a daily basis and presented in widely shared charts from the University of Maine's Climate Reanalyzer have so far been largely validated by other analysis, including one from the Europe's Copernicus Climate Change Service released earlier this month, said Zeke Housefather, a climate scientist at the Berkeley Earth and the tech company Stripe. Given the extreme global temperatures over the first half of July, it is virtually certain that July will set a record both as the warmest July and the warmest month in absolute terms since global temperature records began in the mid-1800s, Housefather wrote in an email to the Washington Post. July, the peak of the Northern Hemisphere summer, is the planet's hottest month in any given year because the Northern Hemisphere contains more land than the Southern Hemisphere. And because land heats up faster than oceans do, that means Northern Hemisphere temperatures have an outsized influence on planetary averages. At this point in the month, it would take truly dramatic cooling in the waning days of the month to offset the warmth observed over the past few weeks, said Michael Mann, the University of Pennsylvania climate scientist known for the hockey stick temperature plot that shows modern warming is unprecedented in at least 2,000 years. Such cooling is not expected to occur given the presence of El Nino climate pattern that developed last month. El Nino is known to boost the planet's temperature as warmth stored within the Pacific Ocean pools at its surface along the equator, driving changes in weather patterns around the world and releasing more heat and humidity into the atmosphere. The spring and summer ocean warmth has not been limited to the Pacific. Record warmth has also been absorbed in the North Atlantic, with bath water-like warmth around Florida and abnormally mild conditions around the British Isles. Global heat is driving extreme weather. Climate scientists say the ocean warmth is probably helping fuel what have been historic heat waves on land, even in many spots long used to summer extremes. Temperatures reached a record 109 degrees in Rome, a record 126 degrees in China in recent days, while Arizona is enduring an unprecedented streak with nighttime temperatures in the 90s and daytime highs above 110 degrees. The average temperature at Phoenix Sky Harbor International Airport was 108 degrees Wednesday, 1.5 degrees above a record set in 1990. Flash floods, which scientists say global warming makes more likely, have also surged. The United States has experienced 11 flash flood emergencies, the most dire National Weather Service declaration for such an event in the past 11 days, including one that dropped the most rainfall ever observed in Kentucky, with a 0.1% chance of happening based on historical rainfall records. Dozens have been killed in flooding in South Korea, and more than 100 have died in floodwaters in India. The last time such extremes have been possible is thought to be about 6,500 years ago, during a period that, apart from the present, was Earth's warmest in about 125,000 years. At that point, scientists say temperatures averaged somewhere between 0.2 degrees Celsius and 1 degree Celsius warmer than they were from 1850 to 1900. Last month, global temperatures averaged 1.36 degrees Celsius or 2.4 degrees Fahrenheit over that pre-industrial benchmark. Scientists and policymakers have urged nations to take actions that prevent warming from rising 1.5 degree above pre-industrial levels, but the planet is on pace to surpass that mark in coming years. The heating trend is likely to fuel extreme weather throughout the next year as El Nino continues to strengthen, said Gavin Schmidt, director of NASA Goddard Institute for Space Studies. El Nino will probably mean that 2024 will be even warmer than this year, which could itself set a record for highest average global temperatures, he said. On a teleconference with reporters Thursday, Schmidt said that because the El Nino is still developing, it can take much blame for the recent surge of warming. The rising temperatures and the supercharging effect that have on weather are most likely related to human emissions of greenhouse gases, he said. Until we stop doing that, temperatures will keep on rising, Schmidt said. Yeah, Well, one argument that's fair is that is it because of human activity, or is it just a fluctuation, a natural fluctuation that happens, you know, for Earth? So that's an argument that's fair. But is it happening is not a freaking fair argument.
Well, how do you see that? How do you see that? Is it happening based on what you're talking about? Yeah, it kind of is. Realization of certain things happening in your life are not grown or built to an individual until you take that, even though it's something that you personally do not agree with. Now, with me saying that, because the world is very not on even on biblical moments, and that's the best that I can say. It's not even there. And it's like they don't know who the no, we're not talking about the wrestler when I mention this. We're not talking of Jericho. There's a wall of Jericho, and it was broken down by 6 pastors at that time. We're out of shit. That was we don't even have 1,000 years on that. And we're only at 2023. We don't even have 1,000 years on this. Hopefully.
Check this out. It says, I'm a transgender dad who gave birth to my daughter when my partner couldn't conceive.
How are you transgender dad and you gave birth? No, for real. No, I mean, no, I gotta stop there, bro. It's not a joke. How are you a transgender dad and you got a birth? So at that point, I don't give a fuck about the rest of the story. How are you transgender dad and you gave birth?
Yeah.
I'm just asking.
Yep.
Like, no, man, come on, man. Don't joke around. Reality is reality. And once motherfuckers understand this, I won't have nothing to complain about no more. Oh God, I made the wrong. I don't give a fuck if you made the wrong damn decisions. Oh, you lost God? Cool.
Yeah. The name of the show. The name of the show is How to Measure Sanity. Let's play this. Oh, it's gonna play
You can't.
an ad.
You cannot. Bro, trying to measure insanity is not a good starting point. This is a person who will constantly move. The bad part, can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So the bad part about someone who doesn't know who they are is the point that they have the caliber, not all, just some, and we know who you are. Can I? Is it okay?
What? Let me cover this. It says Caleb Bolden, a transgender man in England, stepped in as a birth parent. It says after his partner Naeem suffered several miscarriages and the stillbirths of twins. So in January 2022, the dad-to-be went off testosterone, which he called a rocky road of hormones. At first, he says it was soul-destroying to his identity as a man. But 6 months and 3 tries later, Caleb got pregnant via a sperm donor. It says in May, the happy couple welcomed baby Isla Ray to the world. Caleb will continue pausing his testosterone with the hopes of carrying a second child.
That's right. You're e-signing. I don't know what to do with this.
Can y'all hear me? Y'all can hear me now. Could y'all hear me when I was doing that story just now? My mic did something weird.
I didn't get it clear.
Can y'all hear me now?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Like I didn't hear it clearly, but
Let me read it. I am a transgender dad who gave birth to my daughter when my partner couldn't conceive. Transgender dad Caleb Bolden, 27, paused his transition journey to give birth because partner named Bolden, 25, could not conceive. I want other trans people to know it's okay to carry a child, the proud papa of daughter Isla Ray told SWNS. Neem suffered 3 miscarriages and stillbirth of twins at 23 weeks and 27 weeks before being told she'd likely never have kids because her eggs were immature and incapable of being fertilized. The couple from Cambridgeshire, England, considered several alternative options, even a 90,000 fertility treatment. Ultimately, they decided that Caleb would carry their child. Halting testosterone injections in order to get pregnant was a tough decision for the transgender dad who started the transition in 2017. It says, but I know for myself and my partner, it was something we had always wanted and wanted to give it a shot. He stopped his testosterone injections in January 2022 after relying on intakes from nearly 27 months. Coming off testosterone was a rocky road, and I had so many hormones going around my body. The couple met their sperm donor on social media and instantly clicked. Caleb agreed to proceed using intrauterine insemination, a fertility treatment that gives sperm a better chance at fertilizing an egg, according to Penn Medicine. Doctors let him know there was a good chance he couldn't become pregnant, but within 6 months and 3 attempts, the Boldens were expecting. It says, as the who attracted mixed opinions. He said most of his friends and family were supportive, but some suggested men can't get pregnant. It says Caleb mentioned most of his coworkers didn't know he was a transgender man until he revealed he was pregnant, which they were very supportive of. In May 2023, Caleb gave birth naturally at West Suffolk Hospital. We got very good support from West Suffolk Hospital, Caleb said. The team allowed the Bolden to deliver in a separate room instead of a ward to maintain his privacy. They even created a specialist care plan to accommodate Caleb's needs. However, the delivery process was not without its challenges. During labor, Isla Ray's heart rate was dropping rapidly and underwent an episiotomy. In an episiotomy, it's a procedure developed to augment difficult vaginal deliveries while controlling for and avoiding potential dangerous perineal lacerations during the delivery process, according to the National Library of Medicine. I never heard that before. Once Caleb left the hospital, he was in massive agony from the episiotomy, which started to break down. The stitches broke down, and I had constant infections for 5 weeks. I couldn't move, he admits. While trying to recover, he was bedbound, unable to interact and bond with his newborn like he desired. He did attempt to breastfeed, but found that quite difficult. The unique birthing journey brought some doubts in Caleb's head about the role he played for his daughter. I know she's my daughter and I gave birth to her, but for me, I felt really odd and I didn't feel like that father figure to her. However, now that he is fully recovered, Caleb feels connected to the new addition to the family. After the successful pregnancy, the family plans to expand their happy home of 3 to 4. I want to be able to carry a child one more time before I start taking testosterone again, Caleb reveals. I'm planning on doing that later this year, and we'll be using the same sperm donor again. Wow, what a crazy, insane story. Like, and they kept on saying he, and then getting pregnant, and he fathered the child after giving birth, and like, this hurts my brain.
You shouldn't.
It
So
hurts
where are
my
you living,
mind.
man, friend?
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Well, do me a favor. Do me a favor. Imagine how much shit they had to go through to even get to that point in their lives.
I mean, more power to them. You know, they want to have a baby and all of that, and that's cool. But saying I'm a dad and saying I'm a father and all of this is so confusing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how can that be if you're freaking giving birth to a child? You're a mother, is what you are. You know, like
So wait, you saying a grown man is a mother? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, that is what I'm
All right.
saying.
All right. Okay. All right. I'll shut up. No. And when I say no, I'm just talking to myself, my friend. I'm talking
It's
to
just
myself.
crazy, man. It's insanity, man. It's like I said, like, how can you measure sanity? Like, am I insane for saying what I'm saying related to this topic? You know, or are they
No,
sane for saying what
stop
they're
it.
saying?
No, bro. No. Actuality is full blown. Actuality is full blown. And a lot of bastards don't get this. The thing about it is everything that's already on this little bitty ass planet. I'm not naming it Earth because what was it called before you fucking bastards figured out what the fuck it was? Yes, am I attacking people? Yeah, I don't like people because we don't have the goddamn core as a whole. I'm talking about blacks, whites, Mexicans, Cajuns, Chinese. I don't give a fuck. We don't have the core together in order to make this one goddamn rock with fire in the middle to continue. Why? Because we're not together.
And like, I was talking to my daughter like some time ago,
But
and she said
did you hear
something
what I
about,
just said?
yeah, and she
We're not
says,
together. That's not a curse. But we play games on racism and colors, and like motherfuckers never thought about thinking about what the fuck are you? How how are you controlling your life? How are you doing what you want in your goddamn dreams and what you go through in your goddamn life? How are you not working on that?
yeah,
You should be working on that.
my daughter said, she was like, yeah, so something about like men being able to make babies, and I was like, men can't make babies, and she was like, you just don't understand, and I was like, no, I do understand. I'm like, they don't have a womb. Like, you have to have a womb to be able to make a
We make
baby.
babies, man.
So like,
A man
you
can't
know,
make a baby by his goddamn self.
like that's where you get the term woman is womb. You have a womb. Like, that's what designates the difference.
All right, Shaka. We look, we're getting back into the laws, and I ain't talking about the laws of like corporate and what's been built on the planet. You're getting back into the goddamn laws of like men cannot make women babies by themselves, nor can women. That's a fucking agreement. It's an agreement between two parents to enjoy themselves while they're making that goddamn baby. Why are you making that baby? Yes, because you got orgasms. Let me shit it up for a little bit for you. That's your enjoyment. And if she becomes pregnant, y'all supposed to be fucking together on that shit. Mine were. Who the fuck do you think you fucking with right now?
Let me read some tweet replies right here. It says, just another lady doing lady things. Cheer to you both ladies. Another comment says, Dad, you're a woman. Another comment, it says, I'm a woman. It says, I really don't know the meme I should use. Another comment says, is this for real? Another one, it says, a woman had a baby. This is what passes for news these days. Another comment, it says, A lesbian couple had a baby. This is the correct title. Another comment, it says, biological woman giving birth is hardly news. Another comment says, but this is biological woman with short hair, tattoos, and facial piercings. Another comment says, again, thank you for reminding us that only women can give birth to a child. Another comment says, the New York Post is done. They're crapping on their core readers. Throw it in the trash.
I'm gonna stop there. I'm gonna stop there. I hear you read the comments. Only women can give birth to a child. That is a fact. But the lack of what I'm talking about, the lack of appreciation between two goddamn people deciding to have sex without goddamn condoms and without protecting themselves, without knowing that, okay, there's a better chance that I won't have a kid and we're just having fun right now. Those kind of goddamn comments, it's like, sometimes the women have a better chance of fucking dying throughout birth, man. Birth is hard. But men, as us, we don't understand that because you're never gonna kick a baby out, bro. You're never gonna kick a baby out. You can nut as much as you want to, but you'll never understand what that is and what they built for fucking women and what women are allowed besides your responsibility. You fucking right. That's why what they're allowed to. That's why I'm even on my ex-wife's goddamn period. Guess who took care of her? Me. I went to the fucking store. I went into them like, no, I need these right here. And I'm like, oh, we ain't got those on. I got to know the store. And then some of these bitches will go run in the back and I'm like, well, these were mine. Here's yours. You're a good man. I've got those goddamn comments. And I wish to God, and I'm not breaking shit, but I wish to God I was lying. But no one knows that. And I tried to keep it a secret. So no other woman knows that I do that. Because I don't know who the fuck you are. Get your shit together. Get your shit together. Your mind is your biggest gift. Your mind. How you run your thoughts and what goes through on your mind, it's going to determine your fucking life. And I'm the asshole who has always shut it up. That's me. I laughed. It's like, go figure it out. And most of them would come back. But I had to shut coming back down. I'm not talking personal. I'm talking about just regular ass goddamn logic. Because motherfuckers don't know the difference between logic and goddamn common sense.
Let me play this right here.
Hundreds in the United States, the bridges, the canals, the tunnels, they had huge amounts of suffering attached to them. This was the human cost of so-called modernization. And there was such enormous inequality that was generated at that time from inside the US and then also basically colonialism, neo-colonialism, slavery. These are the sort of the preconditions for US modernization. But the fact that China has basically done it in a few short decades compared to the length of time that the West modernized and done it with, I would say, far less human suffering and without basically extracting lots of value from the rest of the world, without colonialism, is an amazing achievement. And frankly, I think the one thing that gets underestimated about Chinese modernization is the role of the Communist Party of China. The fact that you actually have a government that can set 5, 10, 15-year plans, can set goals that are 30, 50 years out, and then assess the political leadership at every level based on whether it's achieving those goals is very different from the US political system, where a politician comes in, they have no interest in an infrastructure project that's going to be finished in 20 years or 10 years. They have no interest in a poverty alleviation program that's not going to deliver immediate results. Why? Because their election is coming up in 2 years or 4 years. It's so competitive, so individualistic, focused really around short-term thinking. That's the reason why all the bridges are collapsing in the United States, why there's so many train derailments. I think that with the magnitude of the challenges, whether it's climate change, technology, unemployment, all these different things. This is the moment in history where long-term planning is going to be heavily rewarded. I don't think a war between the US and China is totally inevitable. I think it is avoidable, but it's not avoidable unless there's a change in the form of government, basically, in the United States. I think it's
Oh my
both
God.
parties have a consensus right now that while they can
Oh
disagree
fucking
on almost
God.
any other issue, that if China is allowed to grow peacefully for the foreseeable future, that means the US will lose its place as the top dog in the whole world. And both parties are united that this is completely an unacceptable outcome. It's true that people in the US now have a more negative view of China than they did a few years ago because of the nonstop propaganda. People's perceptions of China can change a lot based on this propaganda. But does that mean that people in the US actually are willing to go to war with China? That's a whole different question. But I also think that if the war were to actually come to fruition, that a lot of people would say, regardless of what we think about China, we're not willing to send our children, our brothers and sisters, to go fight a war against China, to go risk their lives, to be killed. I think at that point, there would basically be a pre-revolutionary situation in the United States. And so that's why I think the US knows this. And they're trying to, instead of have actual war with China, what they're trying to do is increase the pressure on China, to encircle China, to use information war, hybrid war, financial war, to try to stimulate more contradictions inside of China. Once you start to let people know, well, actually the people in China, for whatever criticisms and problems they have and whatever debates there are, and of course there's lots of debates here, they support the government, they have trust in a lot of their institutions, higher levels of trust than we have in the West. That whole narrative of basically the US as the white knight, the humanitarian savior, it starts to fall apart. But I think as China emerges more and more in the world, it will become a reference point for many other countries that have a similar history of colonialism, especially how to overcome colonialism. So my hope is that China, again, can become a reference point for an alternative model. In Latin America and Africa, people are tired of a financial system where they become deeply indebted, where they are basically made to produce only one crop or one natural resource. They have no strategic leverage or advantage in the global trading system. And China represents an alternative. China represents usually better terms when it comes to loans, better trade agreements, less strings attached, more political autonomy where China doesn't try to pick and choose who's going to lead the different governments of the global South. So if you're a government in Africa or Latin America, that's going to become very attractive after you've been dealing with the IMF for decades. It's not like any one country is perfect. But the whole narrative of neo-colonialism, that is an invention that is being designed to preserve Western hegemony in Africa. They see the writing on the wall. They see what is the global population going to look like in 50 years? It's going to be overwhelmingly Asian and African. And so how does the West maintain its domination if that's the case? The only way it can maintain its domination is if it gets the vast majority of people in Africa to distrust the people in Asia and vice versa. Mm-hmm. So they have an interest in building now a narrative that splits up any kind of unity, strategic unity between Asia and Africa. I think this is to them the greatest threat they're facing.
I'm gonna play the beginning of it because I chopped
the U.S. is a hypocritical
Wait,
society.
you say you're gonna play the beginning? Why?
That was the one word, hypocrisy.
Because I chopped it.
That it's a government it's a society that's presented itself as the exceptional nation, the nation above all other nations. And yet, internally inside the U.S., everything they accuse everyone else of, they practice at home, and sometimes to even greater degree. There's 856 people were killed by the police in the United States last year. 856, at least that was in mid-December when I looked at the numbers. It's probably higher by the year's end. And yet, the U.S. lectures the world about state violence and human rights. It's as if the U.S. is not a human rights violator. So, and that's just one example. You could take almost any category, and when you start to scrutinize it, you find hypocrisy. The U.S. obscures its own history of modernization, in fact. People just think the US arrived as a modern society or something. You know, the US is founded by slaveholders, drug dealers. You know, they were selling tobacco and sugar. People were stealing the land. And the fact that they had this huge territory where they basically expelled everyone, committed genocide, had this property for free that had all this land, it allowed the US, it had certain advantages in terms of its modernization process. But even still, when it industrialized, it used massive amounts of child labor, massive amounts of immigrant labor, people who were worked to death. Every major infrastructure project in the 1800s and early 1900s in the United States, the bridges, the canals, the tunnels, they had huge amounts of suffering attached to them. This was the human cost of so-called modernization. And there was such enormous inequality that was generated at that time from inside the US, and then also basically colonialism, neo-colonialism, slavery. These are the sort of the preconditions for US modernization. But you know, the fact that China has basically done it in a few short decades compared to the length of time that the West modernized, and done it with, I would say, far less human suffering, and without basically extracting lots of value from the rest of the world, without colonialism, is an amazing achievement. And frankly, I think the one thing that gets underestimated about Chinese modernization is the role of the Communist Party of China. You know, the fact that you actually have a government that can set 5, 10, 15-year plans, can set goals that are 30, 50 years out, and then assess the political leadership at every level based on whether it's achieving those goals, is very different from the US political system, where a politician comes in, they have no interest in an infrastructure project that's going to be finished in 20 years or 10 years. They have no interest in a poverty alleviation program that's not going to deliver immediate results. Why? Because their election is coming up in 2 years or 4 years. It's so competitive, so individualistic, focused really around short-term thinking. That's the reason why all the bridges are collapsing in the United States, why there's so many train derailments. I think that with the magnitude of the challenges, whether it's climate change, technology, you know, unemployment, all these different things, this is the moment in history where long-term planning is going to be heavily rewarding. I don't think a war between the US and China is totally inevitable. I think it is avoidable.
So he made a lot of really good points here. He says, will the United States change? It says civilization needs introspection and evolution. The biggest problem in the United States is the hypocrisy of democracy and human rights, false propaganda, and the use of subversion and military force for external plunder. I think the best point he made was the one about long-term planning and how our political structure is inept and it's not capable of these long-term planning because of the way, you know, the presidential election is coming around, the congressional election coming around every 4 years, and how they're just doing short-term things, you know, to try to get rewards right away, and how it's all about individualistic type of thinking. Like, you know, I always say, like, people just think about themselves and their family, and that's it, and, you know, trying to get paid, and that's it. And then it's like, meanwhile, everything is crumbling around us. Like, you know, we're not being successful over the long term because we're not thinking in long term ways, you know. And then
you want me to tell you a secret? You want me to tell you a secret? You listening?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, one of the reasons that me and my sister got my mom out of the pain that she was feeling after my dad passed away, which was 4 years ago, is that dude, you own yourself. And a lot of people say this shit and they back end it with a lot of bullshit. So what's going on right now, and I still remember the subject, it's the only reason that I'm mentioning it. Dude, you own yourself. We learned ours. My sister is in her 50s. We learned ours from the same woman who's still here. We don't fucking joke around. We don't. And if I can keep on playing this damn game, which I heard through most of the shit that I just heard just goddamn then. No, you got the beginning and the end of us. But a lot of motherfuckers don't have that shit because yeah, it is in the Bible and it's in a lot of religions. But do you know how the world was built? Do you know how it even got here? Do you know how much time? Yes, man. Yes, I can see you. I can see you. I know it's supposed to be that goddamn hard because you're supposed to be thinking about yourself first and then you understand that. It's not a joke. I've always been this asshole and I'm going to keep on being an asshole. I got blessed from my goddamn dad 2 weeks before he passed away. Because he knew he was dying. This is not a goddamn joke. I'm not here to fucking own you. That's your goddamn mind. Do what you want the fuck to do with it, but don't come to me complaining about the shit that don't work because you didn't think accurately about it. This is not a goddamn joke. And I thank God that you know me. That's not a curse. I speak very fastly, but it's very accurate. And now motherfuckers can't even run back into law. One, because the cops are most of these motherfuckers gods now. That's your fucking God. I tell motherfuckers that a lot. That's your God. You love the law. You love that shit. What about your life? What are you doing? Well, I don't know how to get past it. Well, how'd you get there? And it's a fucking drag down. You got your kids. You got your babies. I met all you. I met your daughters, and I met you. You know what I'm saying? I met yours. Dude, why you think I'm always right? So keep going. Keep going. Now, I'm not pulling you down into what the hell was happening. You want more listeners on this motherfucker? Actuality is hard to deal with, but you can't get rid of it. I ain't. Hell no. Why am I actually here in my little possibly less than 100 goddamn years, and I'm 38. Better get your shit together. I swear on the creator of all these goddamn universes, because once you learn how the planets get here, you see the energy that it took to create even the butterfly. And I'm not talking about on Earth, because there's a galaxy called the butterfly. And my dumb ass, and I said dumb on a reason, and I was like, damn, what is in there? What's in there? Because our universe is very large. Pluto is just about to spin around for the first goddamn time. And my question is, how the hell do they know that? And I figure out the goddamn answers. The outside moves a little bit slower. This is mental. Take this. And I'm saying it the way I'm saying it for a goddamn reason. Take this and own it. The outside moves a little bit slower than the course of anything, my friend. And I swear to God, no matter how you see it, we are us. And when I say we are us, I mean all goddamn humans. That's why I don't deal with racism. People be trying to figure out how in the fuck I'm fighting blacks, whites, Mexicans, Chinese, gays. I don't give a fuck what you do or how you do it. They can own your goddamn life. So with law, those are rules. Those are just rules. You follow them. That's how I'm still fucking free.
Let me go into this right here. It says In-N-Out Burger. In-N-Out bans Texas workers from wearing masks without doctor's note. It says fast food chain In-N-Out announced a new policy prohibiting the use of masks for all its employees in Texas and the Southwest unless they can provide a medical note, according to a leaked internal memo. The letter was addressed to all locations in Texas, Arizona, Colorado, Nevada, and Utah. In-N-Out said the new policy came from a desire to emphasize the importance of customer service and wanting all of its employees to be able to show their smiles. Company representatives said it also would allow for better communication with customers and staff. Employees who provide a note will only be allowed to wear a company provided N95 mask. An additional medical note is required if employees want to wear a different type of mask. So this is interesting to me because it's like, I don't know why, like, it's so far past COVID and we still got these people wearing masks, and then they're like, I'm wearing the mask to protect myself, and it's like the mask never protected you. It
The
was all
best that I
about
can say for what you just said is you don't know their bodies. You don't know what they can possibly be experiencing throughout their lives. You don't know. So some people have cancer. Some people have allergies. My mom has allergies. No, some people, they can be going through something, and if you breathe that in, no matter if you can be kind to this person, and if you got something that you're allergic to, they could, they could be gone. That's why it's not that they're totally disrespecting. Well, depending on the person, you don't know if they're totally disrespecting COVID, or like shit, like nigga, COVID. I was sitting in my goddamn house. Dude, I was like, oh shit, I get paid to be off. I'm like, dude, I played my PlayStation that whole goddamn time.
So
I'm that
yeah,
asshole.
but the point of the mask was to protect other people from you. So
From
that's
who?
what's getting lost in it. From
Wait,
you,
wait,
the
from
person
who?
that's wearing the mask
No. Purpose of the
is
mask is to protect other people from who?
from you, from the person who's wearing the mask. It's keeping them from projectiles, stuff coming out, their nose and mouth, to get on other people. So that the other person wearing the mask.
Not throughout COVID. The hope is throughout COVID. No, I gotta understand what your point, because throughout COVID, the point was so you wouldn't catch it.
It
That's
doesn't
the
work.
actual legitimate point. That's why it was required for everybody to wear it.
But that's not how it works. Because if someone else, if their saliva gets on your mask, then you're catching it. You know what I'm saying? It was to
So why
protect.
didn't, dude? You know where I work. You know what I do. So why didn't I catch it?
Let me read some comments right here. One comment, it says, am I the only person who would feel more comfortable if the people preparing my food were wearing masks? We already require hairnets and that employees constantly wash their hands. I'm 100% fine with masks. Another comment, it says, so In-N-Out Burger customers are such snowflakes that they can't see someone in a mask unless they have a doctor's note. Is this third grade? I'm not wearing a mask, but someone else wearing a mask isn't bothering me in any way. If someone chooses to wear a mask bothers you, the last thing you are in favor of is freedom. And what is the customer to do that is arsenal hurt of an employee wearing a mask? Ask for medical documentation. Flipping tables ridiculous.
So let me ask you a question. Does that Corey, what that person just said, is that a part of who Shakopee?
I don't understand.
Like you got to protect yourself, and no, there's no war, but you got to take care of what's been built for you. Your body and everything that you were born with, that is your protection.
Yeah, but the mask doesn't protect yourself. It protects others from you.
No, because it's very hard to breathe that shit in. That's why you have to have well, I had a set. Once I wore a mask for a goddamn day, I left it. I threw it away. And people will always wonder, you took your mask and going to the bar. I'm going to the bar because I know goddamn people. That's why I don't invite people, certain people, to the bars that I hang out with. I still got 3 goddamn bars and I hardly goddamn drink that I go to, and I won't even tell my goddamn mom. No one knows about it. Why? Because I get taken care of like a fucking human being when I walk in there. And every white people, black people, Mexicans, I told you what this is. There's everybody in there. And no one gets to fucking know because I won't tell you. But I get to pop up every time. And I'm like, oh shit, you back? And I'm like, yeah, man, I'm good. And I'm like, man, appreciate it. And I'm like, you want something to eat? And I'm like, yeah, man, dude, I ordered 1 goddamn piece of pizza and I got 2 pizzas. I'll order 1 shot of Jack and I got 2 shots of Jack. Asshole in the back starts talking about beating his goddamn wife in there. Me, the white guy, the Mexican, all 3 of us looked at him at the same goddamn time. And he got the fuck out very fastly. This is not a joke. Stop fucking with your goddamn mind and get on your shit. Once you understand your shit, you'll get more of a caliber out in the world.
Let me read a couple more comments.
That's very simple. That's very simple, bro. That's very simple. Once you understand who you are, you'll get all the people that you need in your life.
Let me read this. It says,
I know you heard what I said.
Yeah. Let me read this. It says, COVID or no COVID, food handlers ought to wear masks anyway. I prepare animal diets in a zoo, and even before the pandemic, masks were required to protect animals from human bacteria. I think we owe human restaurant patrons the same level of food safety. So, yeah, so that explains it, because he said the masks were required to protect the animals from the human bacteria. So that's the point of the mask. That's what I was saying.
Why do you believe that?
Because that's what it is. Let me read a couple more. It says,
No, I said, why do you believe that? I didn't ask about the post that you just read. Why do you believe that? I'm not on you, bro. I'm not on you. I'm asking a question. Why do you believe that?
Why do I believe what?
So the masks were created to protect animals.
No.
Food products from bacteria from
that comes from the human, the person who's wearing the mask.
So we don't contaminate.
Yes. Let me read another comment. It says, I think In-N-Out should be banned from Texas. Whataburger is better. Another comment, it says, I don't understand this policy. They are lucky to employ any people with their shitty attitude. Another comment, it says, while we're at it, let's ban hairnets. We want to see those gorgeous locks In-N-Out. So I just think a lot of people don't really understand this. Like, it's backwards.
I'm seeing a whole bunch of videos service making something. Never actually worked in food service.
Yeah. Curtis, I'm getting a lot of feedback from your thing, bro. Yeah, so just to go back over it, Doc, because you didn't hear it, it said In-N-Out bans Texas workers from wearing masks without doctor's note.
Yeah, I was watching for a little bit before I got on.
Okay. I'm not gonna stay long because it's already after 3. It's a couple more I wanted to do though. Let me see. Is this it?
No one is arguing slaves benefited from slavery. No one is saying that. It's not true. They're teaching how black people developed skills during slavery in some instances that could be applied for their own personal benefit. No one is arguing slaves benefited from slavery. No one is saying that. It's not true. They're teaching how black people developed skills during slavery in some instances that could be applied for their own personal benefit.
It says Waters. No one is arguing slavery benefited from slaves benefited from slavery. No one is saying that. It is not true. They are teaching how black people develop skills during slavery in some instances that can be applied for their own personal benefit. So the progressives posted this, their caption, it says, no one is saying the very thing I am saying right now, except for me and the governor of Florida and Fox News, but no one, another white supremacist liar, Fascist power is procured from questioning reality, promoting rage, fear, and paranoia, and by telling lies, like this one from Jesse Waters. All political ideologies lies, from liberals to conservatives to communists to monarchs to tyrants, they all lie repeatedly. It says, hold on. However, fascist liars are the road ragers of liars, and they make themselves believe their own deception, which directly serves their binary absolute truths, which are just bigger lies. We are witnessing an emboldened and growing wave of fascism, and still far too many left-leaning folks are laughing about it over mimosas. Right-wingers are activated. Moms of Liberty are activated. Fox News is activated. Where the F are we? We have to be on this. It says, if you like us cannot sit by and idly watch fascist fuckery engulf our country, please click the link in the bio. Let me read some comments underneath it. It says, his mother needs to publicly shame him again. Another comment says, if the statement I'm not racist but was a person. Another comment says, it literally effing said learning skills for their personal benefit. Does he think we're all so stupid we don't know how to read? That's his own demographic. Another one that says, wonder how many Republicans would change their minds about slavery if they were put in chains and dehumanized, especially Ron DeSantis. Another comment says, no one is talking about concentration camp prisoners learning to survive on low-calorie diet. Another comment says, no one is saying that 2 + 2 is 3. No one is saying it. It is not true. We're simply teaching in a way that suggests that 2 + 2 could be 3 if we took away some of the facts and logic. It says, dear GOP, slavery was heinous, vicious, and inhumane period of time in the U.S. that should never be repeated. That is how you begin a conversation about slavery. There should never be a single positive thing ever said about that era. Not one. Another comment says, first off, my ancestors didn't learn skills. They were skilled people who had their talents exploited under the threat of bodily harm and death. Another comment says, someone call his mother and tell her to ring him in some more on live TV. Another one says, slaves being worked to death, autonomy stripped, and wills broken doesn't develop skills, it developed trauma. It says, tell that to the millions of parents who were torn away from their children. One more. And many European Jews in the 30s and 40s learned how to survive without food, water, or basic resources while being actively beaten and tortured. But nobody is trying to credit the Holocaust for those skills they learned. Yeah, they're talking about the thing that's happening in Florida.
I love how all these people, here's the thing that I'm seeing. One wants to teach everything was so horrible and everything was negative and everything was negative. One is trying to say, oh, it was rosy and flowery. And both sides are way off. It is somewhere in the middle. What they're just, people, none of them, they all want to focus on all the other things, but they're not looking at the fact that, there were blacksmiths produced, tanners, weavers. The name Glover comes from ones that were taught how to make and do gloves. Yes, slavery, all that. All they're saying was there were skills developed. Now, how far it goes beyond that, I don't know. That's the only information that they're trying to say right there. They're not denying anything else that everyone went off on. They're just saying that there were skills developed. People did learn how to.
He's not wrong.
Yeah, I'd have to agree that it's more complicated than they do tend to simplify things. Making it like, okay, it's either super horrible or it was all peaches and roses. But the truth is really somewhere in the middle. But that's the problem, is that we're not teaching what actually happened. We're not teaching the real history, We can't get to the bottom of it because people get into their feelings on whichever side. Either side get all the way into their feelings, and we can't get to the bottom of the shit. And then people don't want to teach it. It's not being taught. So we're never going to get to it because we're not teaching it.
Well, it's a whole lot easier to vilify both sides, and that way even the ones in the middle are forced to pick a side. In any other environment, if I was around black people and said, can you imagine the backlash that I would?
Yeah. Check this out. It says, I wonder who made the decision that eyes and teeth should be separate from healthcare. You know, that's just a thought. Why the hell? What is this one? Did you catch any of this one, Doc, where the guy was talking about will the United States change? And he was talking about long-term plans and how he was comparing the United States to China and showed how China came out of, how they developed, and they were sticking to their long-term plans and holding their politicians accountable for it. Even when the politicians change over, they still holding them to the previous plans. And how here in the United States, once the politicians change over, then we changing over the whole plans and everything. Like we can't have a long-term, we can't stick to a long-term plan with our political system that we have here.
Do you realize the first day our potato in chief was in office, 90% of the things that he did by executive order, not by will of the people, but by I'm president, I sign this, and it happens, was to overturn things done by the last administration.
Right.
To set us back 4 more years and say that he was trying to move us into the future, including a crap ton of lawsuits that happened because we, the government, we the people, broke our contracts and deals with businesses and stuff, and had to pay not only them off, but had to pay bonuses and fees for screwing them over.
Yeah, and those executive orders are short term as hell. Like, every time, like the next president comes in and just undoes them. Trump did the same thing. He did get some stuff accomplished, and he was using the executive orders. But again, like soon as Biden came in, he just undid them. So it's like that's the problem. It's the system is inept. It's not capable to do long-term accomplishments. And that's what this guy was arguing, that if the United States was to change, then we have to change the system.
No, we have to go back to the system more along the way it's intended, where these people are not our leaders. They are leaders in society, but they are our representatives in government. They have come to believe that they are our leaders in government, not our leaders in society and the leaders of our areas. They're small pieces. They're not big pieces. And that's the thing. Go ahead.
I was going to say, and the people believe that too. So that it is, not only are the politicians believing that, but the people are believing that too, that they are leaders, and we should just follow them, and that's where this, like identity politics things where we, strong man politics, where we just follow a personality and we're like, this guy's going to solve all of our problems.
Well, it comes from the basic fact that despite they say the Constitution is taught in school, it is not taught that 90% of the constitutions in the world tell the people what their rights are. The United States is one of the most unique constitutions because the Constitution doesn't tell our people what their rights are. It tells our government what their rights are, what they're not allowed to do and not to do. Just putting that out there.
Yeah, yeah, I feel that. It should
Yeah.
be, and it should be because it's the way it's set up is to hold people accountable. So, the will of the people should be heard. And whoever gets out of line should be held accountable. So that's why the different branches of government can each check each other to keep from either one of them getting too powerful or getting too far
Checks
out of
and
line.
balances, a three-way check, a situation where, oh crap, I forgot where I was going. So I was going to say something and I forgot it by waiting. It happens.
Check. You was talking about checks and balances. The three-way government.
It was
and
just before that.
the people are the ones that should be. That they're representing us. The government represents the people, and it's not that the strong man leaders are telling the people what to do. It should be the government is representing the people and doing the will of the people for the betterment of the people. um yeah, I covered a lot of the stuff I wanted to cover. Let me see if I can find something here. We played a clip from Ben Shapiro earlier. um he was talking about it being hot outside and talking about be thankful that you're in a first world country. He's like, air condition is the answer to the heat. Like, turn on the AC, problem solved.
I remember a couple of months ago, they were in Seattle. They're saying it's 93 degrees out here. There's people dying in the streets, the homeless. Meanwhile, we got homeless here at 115 or 107 degrees outside, like racing to be the first one to your car window.
Yeah, man, it's hot. It's hot.
I love watching all these people that moved here from California and Florida, and they're like, man, I did not know it was going to be hot. I'm dying. I'm melting. This sucks. And blah, blah, blah. I'm like, hey, this is a mild summer. It's okay. You got a year or two to get used to it. But wait a minute. We've had 2 mild summers in a row, which means we got hurricanes coming our way either this or next season.
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna say. I noticed that here in Houston, we haven't gotten rain in a while now, and you know what that means? That means that it's gonna all come at one time. We got it coming for sure, without a doubt. We're gonna have some serious rainstorms coming around the corner. Let's cover this. I really did want to cover this. It says the Economist posted this. They said, in America, a majority of people think going to university is not worth it. For the average undergraduate, that is far from the truth. But for a shocking number of students, the returns are indeed puny. So, like, they're saying, and I've been saying this for the longest. It's like, you have this disdain for education, it seems like, here in the States, and all over the internet. They're like, it's not worth it to go to school and stuff. But he's saying that it is.
It's a lot of those crap degrees that they started churning out after all the money became available. They convince us, hey, if you get a degree, you'll make more money, but they leave out the part where, oh, you might want a degree in something that actually is needed, like nursing, real estate, tax, not underwater basket weaving. We have plenty of political science. We have plenty of gender studies, which isn't even that that one confuses me. I understand a specialty in gender studies under a psychology degree. I do not understand a gender studies degree. But that's me too. We've got all these guys, all these little degrees that are these little fluff degrees, but no one trying to heal, no one trying to help, no one trying to build, and nobody trying to help people get by in the world. It's all quick degrees, information. I know better than you. Blah blah blah. Would you like? Would you like whipped cream on that? Here's your Starbucks.
Well, one of my professors graduated with a gender studies degree, and they were promoting her too that year. She became the head of the department of the anthropology department that year. She had a PhD.
But what's her specialty?
It had, I don't remember. It was a line. It was a you know how that goes. I don't remember the specific. Yeah,
See,
she had a specific.
that's what I'm saying. She got a gender study degree, but it was a niche. It had use. It had meaning.
Yeah, it was a specific specialty within it. Yeah.
And it was someone that could teach people things beyond the normal in that field. That is, when you put it at that level, like I said, basically it's a psychology. Well, to me, it's a psychology degree or anthropology in that case, with a specifics in gender studies.
Yeah. So
that to me is far more meaningful than I've got a master's in gender studies.
Yeah, so her specialty could be used in like human resources and stuff, like having to do with helping companies hire and helping companies like improve relations within the company, people getting along and shit like that.
Well, see, now you've moved it over into a business degree.
So, but it wasn't a business degree, but I was a practical use for it was that. I can't remember the specific line that it was. I could look that up, but I'm not going to take the time to do that. Let's read. It's not going to let me read this whole article because but let's touch on this right quick.
Head down a little bit.
Yeah.
Down to where it's giving you the. They're going to make you.
Yeah, they won't let me. Let's read a little bit though. What I can read. It says the university lottery. It says students are veering away from dodgy degrees. That's basically what you were saying. Governments should help them. It says
yes.
It is fashionable to be gloomy about the costs and benefits of a degree in America. A majority of people now tell pollsters that they think going to university is not worth it. For the average undergraduate, that is far from the truth. In rich countries, people who hold a bachelor's degree earn over 40% more than those who do not. This premium has remained lofty even as the number of university goers has soared. Some 33 million people are studying undergraduate degrees across the rich world today. Yet, those average figures hide queasily large differences. For a shocking share of students, the returns from attending university is puny. About 25% of men and 15% of women graduates in England would have been better off financially had they not bothered. In total, student debt has reached 1.6 trillion in America, 60% more than is owed on credit cards. Low earnings help explain why about a fifth of American student borrowers were in default before the pandemic. So like a lot of people are getting the loans and then they're not getting jobs that's good enough for them to pay them back and shit. So they're like paying forever or whatever. But they're saying there is a benefit to even just getting a bachelor's degree because it says most of them earn 40% more than people who do not have a bachelor's degree. So, them saying that if there's no benefit to getting a degree is just not true. But what you get the degree in does matter. And, education is important. I mean, just learning stuff, period. Because when you get your degree, it teaches you how to like plan. It teaches you how to like, retain like information, and basically regurgitate it when necessary. It teaches you how to, like, budget and stuff like that, because you have to do all this kind of stuff. It teaches you to be organized. You have to be organized to be a successful student. Like, that's like number one. Like, you can't be a successful student if you can't organize and plan your day. You know what I mean? Use your calendar, shit like that. And those are skills that's useful all over the place. Anyways, I wish I was able to read this damn article, because I hate that, where we are in the United States, that, everyone is saying don't get a degree, it's a waste of money. And it's like, we got all these people walking around that just don't know stuff. That's why our politics looks the way it does. Because people can just tell you anything, and then you're like, oh, well, it sounds intelligent. They're using big words and stuff. Anyways, let me ask you this, Doc, because I'm probably going to wrap it here soon. The name of the show today is How to Measure Sanity. What does that mean to you? Like, what I was saying was, like, it's hard to determine what's sane and what isn't, and who's sane and who isn't, because a person that's insane, they don't know that they're insane, And I was saying that a person that's an indication of sanity is saying that I'm crazy, or that I have mental health issues, or that, sometimes I'm tripping, because a person that's insane is not going to say those things. You know what I mean? And so where's the line of sanity? Because if the majority of people are insane, and sanity is measured by being able to fit in, how you are normal, if you can fit in with everyone else, then that makes you sane.
That's your sociopathy. That's not your sanity.
Okay, so let's talk about it for a minute. So how would you measure sanity?
Let me go from the beginning, because this is one of those, building things. How can you possibly define what insanity is when we still can't define what normal is? That's the biggest problem with what is insane and what is not. Well, what is normal? Because your normal is not my normal.
Right.
There are things that I would never in my mind conceive of doing that you would do just because, and vice versa. So which one of us is sane or insane?
And then it depends on, like, your culture or whatever, like, and where you live, because the way people live in Japan is very different from the way people live here in the States. And some of their things that would be considered normal would be insane to us. You get what I'm saying?
I've got a little bit of Eastern knowledge. Yeah, definitely. And the funny thing is, in all of those in that area of the world, literally that almost 60% of the population of the world is in that big circle. They all look quite a bit alike, and they are absolutely insane to each other across their borders. It's like, I don't know about you, but you guys are nuts. No,
Yeah.
you guys are nuts.
Right. Yeah, because they got some weird stuff going on with related to the sexual relationships and stuff. Like, the porn is really weird there.
Well, hentai is just something that's like, Cthulhu meets porn. It's like, what the hell? And then, like Japan, all the stuff that comes out of Japan, there's actually no insertion in their porn. They wear body socks and stuff like that, and it's all simulated, and it's still blurred out.
Yeah.
Not that I'm an expert on porn or anything. It's just the subject came up one time. I'm ADD, and You know, I researched it for a little bit and learned some weird things.
Yeah. So, how do you measure sanity? How do you measure normal? Like, who is insane and who is not? Like, will we ever be able to determine that? Like, and do we live in an insane culture or do we live in an insane world? Is the majority insane? You know, would the only sane people always be like a minority?
You know, I look at it this way: as long as your own thing isn't hurting kids, messing around with kids, or killing people, I'm not that worried about it. Either we'll get along or we won't. I mean, we may even get along till I find out that that's on the table, and once that's on the table, I'm going to nope out because I will never tie myself to that energy.
Okay, so looking at it like that, then the realm of sanity would be a wide space where a lot of things could fit in, and then
Yeah,
the realm of insanity would be a smaller space, then, right?
you know me. Let your freak flag fly. I'm not worried about it. But when you start hurting other people, that's when you become a sociopath. That's when you're, and I'm not talking about introverts and people that don't like society and sociopaths. I'm talking about people who actively prey on the stable and on the trust that society gives them. The ones that betray and take advantage of that. Robbers, killers, kidnappers, pedophiles, all these people that prey on other humans. To me, that is insane.
Well,
That is
you could just call that
sociopathy.
crime. Well, you could just call that crime. I mean, person that's robbing, maybe they just need money or whatever, and they're lazy and they don't want to work or whatever. That doesn't make him. That's logical.
They have justified their sociopathy by using the excuses of, well, I need this, so now I can do this. It is a way to avoid accountability for making the wrong choices, for hurting other people.
But that's still logical thinking. Like, that's, you know what I mean? Not that I agree with it.
Does logic mean sanity?
Okay, that's a good question. That's a good question.
Is not the desire to hurt someone else rather, you know, if you're willing to say, well, I'm in this position, so if I hurt someone worse than I am, that's okay. If I take, if I kill, if I steal from someone, it's okay because I'm like this. And I'm not talking about people going into the grocery store and sticking a loaf of bread and some sandwich meat up under their shit and walking out. You know, I'm not talking about necessity without harm. I'm talking about claims of necessity justifying their harm.
Yeah. So when you talk like that, I think about the comic books, and I think about like the villain in the comic book, and the villain in the comic book usually has like a logical, you know, thing that they're trying to accomplish, but they're doing it in a like they've lost their way, and I would call them insane, but they do have a logical reason for what they're
Hey,
doing.
we can use Thanos. His idea was the resources of the universe were being depleted. So let's remove half of the people. If he wasn't a sociopath, if he wasn't insane, then he would have doubled the resources of the universe. He had the choice of life or death. Now, mind you, I'm going with the movie version because the comic version is completely different. he was in love with the daughter of Death, Lady Death, and was trying to prove to her that he was worthy to get some, and that's why he chose to kill. So yeah, that's the comic book version. That's completely. It's like he killed to get a boner, and he killed to try to get a girl in the comic book version. The movie version, though, there's too many people. The resources are too big. Let's cut the entire population of the universe in half. But you've got the life stone, you've got the time stone, all of this. You have the ability to create enough resources in abundance rather than reduce the number of people.
Yeah. So let's flip it to the hero of the comic book. So are they insane? Like they're trying to save the world, or like Batman? He wants to fight all the crime and fix Gotham City.
Batman belongs in Arkham Asylum with all the villains he gets.
Boom. That's kind of where I'm going, and that's what I'm thinking. Like, I mean, it's polarities, right? So like two sides of the same coin or whatever. Like, I think that the villain and the hero, they're both insane.
Well, see, but then again, I turn around and support heroes like Spider-Man. Batman, I've never been comfortable with a bad guy as a hero that way. I understand anti-heroes. And comic books really weren't that way until Wolverine popped up back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
They began to glorify a killer. And then all of a sudden, the comic books started straying more toward the bad stories. The heroes go bad and the villains, and that bled into society. And we can't have a hero today. Every hero has to be taken down now. We have to see the evil. We have to get the raw part. It has to be bad. We can't just, have someone like that we look up to and things like that. There has to be flaws and cracks. And while I'm saying, yeah, it's real and stuff like that, but when you start analyzing to the point where every single positive thing has to have a negative, that's where we get into the contention of one side versus the other on every single subject.
I like the idea of the anti-hero, though. He's flawed, and he fought against his flaws to do good.
When it was different, when that was the exception to the normal, now people can't do good just because they want to do good. They have to be damaged. They have to be hurt. They can't just love people. They can't just go, no one else is going to do this, man. I have the ability. I want to do it. It has to have a connection of, oh, well, I had the power, and this is the Spider-Man thing. I had the power. I let bad things happen. And because of that, I have to do better. Everything has to be flawed before it can be good. They even change up the Superman origin and stuff to where bad stuff happened before he became Superman.
I'm thinking about Squid Game now, and
I have not seen that, honestly.
Oh, you haven't seen it? Damn.
I'm familiar with it and know what you're talking about, but I have not actually watched the show.
It was good. I enjoyed it. But the guy who was like the hero or whatever, he was not a hero. Like he was going for personal gain, but it by the end of it, it was he became like a hero or whatever. But he was really trying to have a personal, for personal reasons, and then he was mad flawed. Like he wasn't a good guy, really. You know what I mean? He wasn't really a good guy, and it was like
Was he not a good guy, or was he not a nice guy?
No, he wasn't a good guy. Like, he was using his mom. He didn't he wasn't there for his, what was that? His kid? Was it his kid?
So ultimately, without watching it so far, it's about his growth into a responsible person who does all these things he didn't do before.
Kinda. Yeah, kinda. But it wasn't because he wanted to change or whatever. It was really as a result of his circumstances that kind of pushed him into.
That's a good character arc. That's different from what we're talking about a lot, heroes and villains and stuff like that. That is actually how I am saying he has to be flawed, he has to be bad. But in this case, we get to see the character transform from this crappy person going through what he's going through and learning and how he becomes a better human being. That's a good story.
Yeah, that's pretty much his character arc.
But
Was
see,
that he starts off as a horrible person.
Every hero doesn't have to be the same story, though, and that's the way it is now. Everybody's a dick. I mean, people are like, Captain America is so unrealistic. Why not? Why aren't there good people out there? I mean, like I say, it's not the fact that it's more the fact that the world wants to see the flawed become good than believe that good can exist without the flaws. Or without being hampered by flaws.
Yeah. Why can't people just want to do good and want to be good? Like, you know, and just want to have integrity and character, you know. But then when you go into the characters that's from like the Japanese, like the what is it called? The anime type of characters, then it's all about honor and integrity and character, and that's what drives them to do the things that they do. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's different. And but it's based on their society. In their society, you know, character is important, integrity is important, honor to your family is really important. And like, so I think it's because of the American spin that we have over here, you know, as far as family honor. I mean, it is important to us, but over there, it's like that's the top number one driver. Do you get what I'm saying?
Well, yeah. I mean, back in the day, a loss of honor, you'd be willing to kill yourself over it, so the rest of your family doesn't suffer your shame.
But it's not like that here in America. Like, maybe it was before, but not anymore. You know, it's all about your own personal uh like achievements or your own personal. You don't. It's all selfishness, like, you know. So even when we talk about the hero or the villain in the comic book, it's selfish motivations for everything. It's not me worried about the honor of my family. Like, when we think about Mulan, right? In that story, um, Mulan was um, she wanted to help her father, right?
Yeah,
And
her father was too old and would have died if he went to war.
so
She shouldn't have known swordsmanship, but she did. She took the thing and ran off to answer the call of the leader, and she fought because not necessarily for the honor of her family, but so her dad wouldn't die.
right. And so then it's like a catch-22 with that story. I love that story. So because when it came out that she was a woman, they said, okay, you've dishonored your family in what you've done. But it was what she did was honorable, though. You know, so that's really complex right there. Like,
I would recommend you at least wiki the non-Disney version of her. Just take 3 minutes to actually read about Mulan, not the Disney version.
what? It was a real person?
Yes.
Shit, I did not know that. I swear to God, I did not know that. I
I
really
don't
did
know
not
if
know that.
I don't know if I want to laugh or cry right now.
I swear to God, I did not know that. I kind of pride myself on knowing stuff, and I always thought that was just a completely fictional story. Well, anyways, I saw a clip recently because I was looking at the Mulan, and because I love that story, and it was the clip where they was like, she already had shown herself on the battlefield and how, you know, she, was honorable on the battlefield, and then they found out that she was a woman, and then they was like, okay, you've dishonored your family, but we're gonna back you up, and we're gonna have your back, you know it and her motivation, because what made me bring this up was because her motivation wasn't selfish. you know it wasn't selfish at all. It was like, she was putting her, she totally could have
No,
died.
she didn't want her daughter. She didn't want her father to die in the war. He was old. He was slow. He would have definitely been put in the front ranks because he could not fight well, and he would have died almost 100% guaranteed.
So it's like she honored her family by dishonoring her family, like, is what I'm trying to say. I don't know. I love that, those ideas that's complex like that.
And
Let's,
see, she didn't have to be flawed.
yeah. So that's a
That
good
was,
example.
to me, that's a good positive story. There was no dark person who became the hero. She started off being a hero. She did the wrong thing for the right she did the wrong thing for the right reason, but there were no victims to what she did wrong.
Right.
I mean, just as, well, then again, I'm sure someone of Asian descent could really argue with me because of the rules of society at that time. But I'm arguing this from the Western version.
Let's do a couple of quick stories and then get up out of here. This one right here, it says, opinion: voters are stuck between a rock and a hard place with the 2024 presidential candidates. That's a mouthful right there, man. Like, man, I guess it's the story as old as dirt when you gotta choose between stir fried shit and baked shit.
Dude,
But
it's really bad this time. I mean,
yeah,
I've made jokes about how bad it's been, and more often than not, I have voted for a non-mainstream candidate. But even the non-mainstream candidates this year are sad. We should probably do one special show covering all the candidates, right, left, independent, and all of that. Not really opinion based. Just, hey, here's this guy, here's this one, here's what we've got to choose from right now. What do we do? Let's
I'm
put pictures
definitely
on a dartboard and throw, because that might be the best way this year.
Man, I'm definitely gonna do that. It might not be as organized as you just said it, but I'm definitely gonna do that because, I want to cover all of them. I tend to do that anyways, but I definitely want to cover all of them, all of the main players, anyways, because this one is really, really interesting this time. Because you have what's his name from Yale, the black guy.
Well, we
Why
know
can't I think of his name?
Kennedy. Democrats and Republicans are both going after Kennedy. They don't want him. He's got a lot of power right now, but we also know that he gonna get taken out.
Yeah. Well,
He
be careful
came
with
right
that.
out the he came right out of the right off of the very first swing, going, I want to get rid of the CIA. We know that those guys aren't going to let that happen.
Yeah. Be careful with that particular language of taking out. I don't like his stance on Israel. That's one of my problems. I have a problem with his stance on Israel, the way he backpedaled on that, and yeah, I don't like the way what the things he's saying about Israel. I'm not I'm not feeling that.
I haven't caught that at the moment.
But the other guy, the black guy, I can't think of his name. Out of all of them, that's the one I like the most. And I can't even think of his name right now.
Which
So,
party?
he was gonna run Democrat, but he ended up having this. I think he's gonna do Green Party. The Democrats put pressure on him, talking about he's gonna be a spoiler. Yeah, he's not gonna make it. But that's the one that if I was to vote, I think maybe that guy. I can't think of his name. Damn, that's fucked up. I can't think of his name. Let's read this right here. It says voters are stuck between a rock and a hard place with 2024 presidential candidates. But that's a mouthful right there. Opinion. Much of American electorate is unhappy with the prospect of being forced to choose between President Biden and Trump when they go to the polls in 2024. Neither the incumbent nor the former president has a lock in his party's nomination, regardless of what their managers claim. But it would be foolish at this point to bet against them. Yeah, most likely it's going to be them two. It says,
Well,
Mr. Trump, go ahead.
All I want to see is who are the VP candidates going to be? Because if it's Harris, he's going to lose. And we know Pence isn't going to back Trump this time. We know Trump's not going to let Pence because Pence just flat stabbed Trump in the back.
Cornel West is the name I was thinking of earlier, just now. The name I couldn't think of is Cornel West. Let's read a bit more. It says, Mr. Trump's base wants the man back a president, not so much because of his accomplishments as commander-in-chief, but because they identify with him and are convinced that he cares about them. When his attackers go after him, his strongest supporters believe they are really attacking them so as too dumb to appreciate his shortcomings, or worse, as Hillary Clinton's deplorables who should be shunned and shouldn't have a voice in how the country is governed. Let me read that again because I chopped that up. When his attackers go after him, his strongest supporters believe they are really attacking them as too dumb to appreciate his shortcomings, or worse, as Hillary Clinton's deplorables who should be shunned and shouldn't have a voice in how the country is governed. That sentence is terrible. That's the reason why I had a hard time reading it.
This whole article is terrible.
All them commas and shit. It says, but
this is what happens when you stop paying writers and start using AI.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It says, but they also fear another 4 years of Mr. Biden, whom they like about as much as the president and his friends like them. True believers on both sides believe their opponent's victory would represent an existential threat to the country. Neither side can even imagine the other side winning, and both are ready to do whatever they can to prevent that from happening. That's true. It says, and therein lies the weakness of both masters. Trump.
And therein lies the weakness of both Misters Trump and Biden. It's AI and then not spell checked.
Good
it's AI written and then not spell checked.
Good God. It says some 70% of respondents to recent polls say they don't like Mr. Biden, should run for a second term, and 60% are less than enthusiastic about Trump's candidacy. Republicans and Democrats alike are wary of these two, and even their strongest supporters fear that their candidate may not be strong enough to beat the other. It's like a lot of people don't like Trump and a lot of people don't like Biden. And these are our freaking top. How does that even happen? neither one of them are really.
Personally, I personally think both of them are broken. Biden is too obviously far off in dementia. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care about the arguments that I hear. I watch him. I listen to him. I have a mother who is lost. I'm losing to dementia. Biden is lost. He gets lost on stage. And it's not just me. I can't find my words. Blah 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 blah. Because I do that. I mean, I've given him all of that. And Trump, he's too controversial. He did do good, but nobody can say it because if you say Trump did good, then you are attacked. I mean, and there's a lot of shit he dropped the ball on, like every single president. Everyone wants to say, oh, get Mexico to pay for the wall and blah, blah, blah. What people didn't tally up was some of the tariffs put on Mexico and things like that, which actually did raise about 20-30% of the money. If you put all of the money that those were raised, I mean, he tried. He really did. With a media and a Congress that was against him. When he was impeached, the Pelosi sat there and said, we have been working a year and a half on this, on impeaching him, and we have finally succeeded. Well, the charge they impeached him on was only 6 months previous to that statement, which means they were working to impeach him for a full year before they actually got a charge that would stick. And this is the opposition he faced. Not to mention, he's a freaking idiot who brainstorms on live TV, which is why everybody goes, oh, well, he told them to inject bleach. No, he didn't, if you listen to it. He was just brainstorming stuff. Oh, get some IV light up in there. We're going to find. It's like, dude. I understood what he was saying because I can translate brainstorm, just throwing ideas at stuff. But everyone's all, oh, to inject bleach, and then some stupid people actually injected bleach. What the hell?
Yeah,
that bothers me as much about Trump supporters too. Is they will go that far as to take that out of it. He's broken.
And I think the Trump supporters are just really loud, and it makes it seems like he has more support than he actually does. You know, I think that it's really like it's really like if you look at the overall, like the whole population of the United States, I think that Trump has a small support compared.
No, I'm not going to say small. He's got about 40%. 35, 40%. He has a very solid backing. But he can't get corporation. He can't get tech money. He can't get green money, which means they will outspend him.
Yeah, I think that his support is not as strong as it appears, and the same thing with Biden. Like he doesn't have the, and in both cases, because the R or the D next to their name is what gives them like.
Okay. Trump acted like Caesar. Biden is Caesar. Trump acted like the emperor. Biden is the emperor, but he's surrounded by a whole bunch of people willing to stick a knife in his back to get to his place. And if you haven't noticed what's going on, there is a really big building in anti-Biden things going on, which are very unrelated, but they are related. You know, things are starting to come out. Things are starting to come up. It's not just about the election year. It's too early for that. It's about his own party trying to discredit him, to bring his shit down so they can put someone else in. And that someone else is going to be who they nominate for vice. And we know it's not going to be Kamala.
I don't know. We'll see.
Hey, I'll tell you what. If it's Biden Kamala and it looks like they're going to win, I will actually, for the first time in my life, vote against a party instead of for the person I think is the better person.
I don't know. The way things are going, I really wouldn't be surprised to see, as much as people don't like Kamala, I wouldn't be surprised to see her as the president at some point down the line in the future.
Well, no, you don't understand. I thought they were trying to do this thing this time and have Kamala, Joe Biden step down at the end of 2 years, because then the vice president can take over, still do 2 years, and then get 2 more elections. Because you can only be voted twice. But as long as it's only 2 years or less, as long as it's a half a term, you can still run for 2. So a president can still can be president for 10 years.
Yeah. And that can still happen. I mean, we're talking about Biden's health and how old he is and all of this.
Oh,
And, if he wins the election.
No, I thought they were doing it this time. I thought they were going to give him 2 years, put Kamala in charge, and then her run for the next 8. Now I'm beginning to wonder, they're going to get him in. If Kamala is the vice president, then that's exactly what's going to happen. 2 years, oh, he's got dementia, she's taking over using the 25th, the line of succession.
And so whoever
the voters have no choice in that.
And so whoever ends up being the vice president with Biden could end up being the president,
Yes, and if it's her, that means 8 years and 8 more, because it's rigged and fixed. I'm still, to this day, questioning the fact that Joe Biden had more votes than Hillary Clinton. But I'm not going to say the election was rigged afterwards. I just will question. I'm not going to believe it. There's not been enough proof. But I believe the election was rigged before. Because of the pandemic, they changed the voting laws in so many states, and the way they were changed leaned towards a Democratic victory.
Well, it was the stuff that was the shenanigans that was going on in the primaries that both times. Yeah. Let me play some of the RFK things so you can know something about what I was talking about with this guy. Let me play this.
That's why I'm saying JFK, despite being Democrat and running Democrat, Democrats are not happy with him right now. Which, I'm sorry, I've always identified as a JFK style Democrat. I've always been kind of 51 Democrat, 49 Republican.
And yeah, so and that's why I think that he's taken the stance that he's taken related to Israel. so that he can solidify that support on the Democratic side. But you know what's the
Now,
special?
I think he spoke out and got told, if you say that, you got no chance.
Yeah.
Change your words or you're out.
Right. I think it was like a red line. I totally do think that. So, but see, the thing is about RFK, what makes it scary, why he's scary, is because a lot of Republicans, a lot of conservatives like him, so they could cross the aisle and vote for him. That could totally happen, and that would be what would put him over the top. Whoever wins would need some Trump supporters to vote for him, vote for them, and RFK could do it.
Democratic presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was asked about his deleted tweet in support of Roger Waters' controversial anti-Nazi protest last week. Let's watch that.
Mr. Kennedy, a lot of people are confused about the tweet storm, about the tweet in the world, but also your stance on Israel and Palestine.
Yeah, I tweeted that. I made the tweet applauding Roger Waters' courage in opposing the COVID mandates and the Ukraine war. I was unaware of his position on Israel. And when I learned that, I immediately took it down. My position of Israel is that I support Israel. My family has a long relationship with Israel. I support its right to exist and its right to protect its security.
And the Palestinians?
And a humane outcome and a recognition ultimately of the aspirations of the Palestinian people is important for everybody.
You got a lot of pushback for that response. Kennedy was also asked about his stance on Cuba.
Mr. Kennedy, recently on an interview, you said that your uncle has more streets named after him in Latin America than any other president that's held office. What is your position on Cuba? Are you willing to get rid of the blockade on day one?
Yes.
Joining us now to weigh in is our rising panel. Max Blumenthal is editor at The Gray Zone, and Joel Rubin is partner at Democracy Partners. Welcome to Rising to both of you.
Good to see you.
Thanks so much, Bree.
All right, I'll start with you, Max. As I'm sure you're aware, a lot of the left was critical of his statements on several levels. First and foremost, do you think it's credible that RFK Jr. didn't realize what he was offering Roger Waters support for when Roger Waters, of course, was embroiled in a controversy about his choice to have a satirical anti-fascist costume during his concert that was reminiscent of a Nazi armband? If that was why everyone was talking about Roger Waters, and what led to RFK Jr.'s support of Roger Waters on Twitter that was later retracted, what do you make of his recharacterization of why he supported him and his generalized comments there on the Israel-Palestine conflict?
Yeah, I don't find it credible. I know Bobby Kennedy Jr. He knows better. And I've been supportive of him as a candidate who can actually open up space to discuss issues that are frozen out by an undemocratic Democratic Party. And I don't think this is credible. He knows that Roger Waters is the world's most famous supporter of liberating Palestinians from open-air prisons like the Gaza Strip, hideous refugee camps like Sabra and Shatila, and 70-plus years of continuous ethnic cleansing. He has to know that. Roger Waters actually never opposed COVID mandates, so I don't even know what he's talking about there. It appears with this walkback that he has fallen under pressure from one of the most powerful and undemocratic forces opposed to the First Amendment in the US, and that is the Israel lobby. And it feeds the perception when Bobby Kennedy Jr. marches in the Israel Day parade with Shmuley Botia, a far-right former reality show race hustler whose entire salary is paid by the Likudnik Adelson family, that he's not actually an anti-establishment candidate, that he is fallen under the sway of far-right Likudnik oligarchs who in favor bombing Iran. And this is troubling to the grassroots supporters, including the grassroots base of the Democratic Party that he's running in. For the first time, we've seen a Gallup poll show that more Democrats support Palestine over Israel. I mean, it's a bad way of framing the question, but it shows that he's out of step with the grassroots base and fuels the perception that the Israel lobby is even controlling this outsider campaign.
Joel, how would you respond to that?
Sure. I mean, Robbie, first and foremost, I agree with Max that it's not credible. I think Bobby Kennedy clearly was backtracking on a position that he was fully aware of regarding Roger Waters and Waters' anti-Semitism and support for positions on Israel that run antithetical, quite frankly, to human rights. He's talking about displacing Jews from the state of Israel in order to achieve peace. That's not peace. That's a humanitarian crisis that he's advocating for. And I think also it's very important to note that Bobby Kennedy's family history and the Kennedy family history in support of Israel and Jewish self-determination is real. I actually think at some point, though, we do have to listen to the candidate, and maybe it's a change from the tweet. But I actually think he was sincere in his position. I think it was strong that he said he supports human rights and peace for the Palestinians, a state for Palestine, quite frankly, as well within that. And, he's not credible in the backtrack, but I think we have to look at the voice, and the voice is saying something eminently reasonable, and it's pointing out that Roger Waters and what Waters is saying and how he's doing it not only is offensive, but even the German Jewish community found it deeply anti-Semitic. He's up there shooting pig balloons with Stars of David on it. Nobody can argue that that's nothing but adding fuel to the fire of hatred of Jews.
So with this topic, it just makes RFK sound like a run-of-the-mill politician, and I wanted to see him different, and so, but with this, he's fallen right in the line with the rest of them. So I really like the stuff that he talks about related to like the COVID and the war and all of that. But at the end of the day, he just, now to me, after this, he just sounds like, the rest of them. He's not separating himself from the crowd.
Okay. You have to also understand, okay, I'm a little bit, as you know, in between on the subject of Israel and Palestine and all that stuff. Israel as a country within years was attacked from every single side by Islam and people that said death to all Jews. Matter of fact, Hamas, until I don't know the date, but it was within the last 10 years. Their war cry was death to all Jews. But now they control Palestine. So this is one of those, we're sitting in the middle of hostile territory, but at the same time, I cannot in any way, shape, or form defend the way the Israel community treats Palestine, Gaza Strip, and all of that. And if you look at the maps and things like that, yeah, they have advanced each time due to aggression upon them, but they're using the aggression as an excuse to be aggressive. If you understand what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Like I say, I'm not gonna. For Israel to exist as a state and be what it is, they deserve that. I'm going to leave that at that. But at the same time, it is an occupied area which is a holy site for all of the Abrahamic religions. I understand them feeling the need for defense. And you know what? For all the stories you have about Israel doing bad stuff, you also have stories about Palestine doing the same. It's one of those things like American politics, where they do everything they can to make you choose a side, not realizing in the long run that they're both kind of acting like friggin' assholes. They're both being bad. But which one has, here's where the world comes in and go, well, which one is worse? Pick this side or that. It's like, no, there were treaties, there were things, there were ways. They should not have to worry about going from this area to that area when they never had before, because that's outside of Israel, or that's outside of what is known as their land. They should not have domination and sway over that. But at the same time, stop tossing missiles over the wall. Stop trying to dig under it. Cease fire on both freaking sides. Come on. Find a way to come to peace, because, again, this is an argument about it's all Abrahamic religions. We all believe in the same freaking God. Well, and every single one of the religions speaks of mercy, speaks of peace being the ultimate goal.
Yeah. Well, I don't see Israel trying to have peace when they're, building these settlements and so forth. But and Hamas becomes in charge because of the hardcore situations that they going through. So the most militant people are always going to end up in charge when it's a situation like that. But I'm not arguing the Palestine Israel conflict situation. I'm talking about RFK's position and where he backpedaled and buckled under the pressure. Standing on what you believe in is what I feel like RFK should do, or whatever, and that's what would give me a reason to support him.
But your vote, as opposed to 22 million votes.
Yeah, I hear you, and that would be the reason why he did what he did, I guess. So, but that's where I have a problem with him. That's my problem with him. He allowed them to pressure him, and
that's politics.
He
that is democracy. You have to find the way to compromise to the wider community. Stop exploiting the upper. See, here's where trickle down economics sounds stupid, but trickle down politics is boss.
Yeah, well, I just feel like your word's gonna carry a lot of more sway if you stand on it. If you stand on your principles, if you stand on what you really believe in,
But if
people can see
that belief alienates 40% of the people that will vote for you, what do? You want to do these things. You want to make these things better. So you have a choice between this one thing and all the other things you believe in.
So I guess he made his decision, and I guess and most likely it was the political pundits, or whatever you call them, the ones who look at the numbers, talking to him and telling them, hey, this one's not worth fighting.
And if he wins office, do you know what's going to happen to all of those proposals, all of those things that they armed him into? They're going to slide off to the pocket of a desk and run out of time. I may have to say this, but I don't have to support it.
But I'm not gonna do whatever. But again, like I say, that makes him turns him into a run of the mill politician for me. I was trying to see him as special.
A politician is a politician.
Yeah,
that's the problem, especially that high in the game.
And that's sad.
But they're just managers. They're not the people that get things done. They're just there for when shit doesn't go right. It's our local politicians, our local legislation are the ones that actually are fucking this country up.
Let me play a little bit of this, and we're gonna wrap on this. Cause did you know anything about Cornel West? He's running for president, and he was gonna run in Democrat, but he
Wait, running for president?
Cornel West.
Okay.
I'm getting a lot of feedback from you, Curtis.
Yeah, that's why I keep muting it.
Let me play this.
Blessing to say it, and I salute your two precious gifts from heaven.
Thank
Brother
you.
Sebastian, Brother Wyatt. Yes, indeed.
They're doing well. Thank you. I want to ask you, Senator Manchin up in New Hampshire tonight, he seems to be testing the waters there. He says the parties are too far to the left and to the right. What do you think of his politics?
Well, I just read the pamphlet Common Sense, and my God, they had the audacity to rename that after the great Thomas Paine's revolutionary pamphlet of January 10th, 1976, that was critical of all forms of hierarchy in the name of the dignity of those sly stone called everyday people. I don't think that the No Labels Party, with their hundreds of $1 million flowing already, are fundamentally focused on what I'm concerned about, which is the plight of poor and working people trying to come to terms with the cop cities. Why do the critiques of the cop cities trying to come to terms with striking workers, be they in Hollywood, be they in Amazon, be they in UPS, coming to terms with the eco side, with the fossil fuel companies, steel, corporate greed running out of control. We're at a moment now, my brother, where if we don't come to terms with this massive callousness and indifference to the plight of poor and working people, we're going to lose everything. Planet, democracy, qualitative relations with each other. That's how life and death, like our situation is, my brother. Very much so.
You know the concern, certainly. I mean, you've been asked this question a million times from a lot of Democrats and Republicans against Trump that a third-party candidate like yourself could siphon votes away from President Biden. David Axelrod recently tweeted saying in 2016, the Green Party played an outside role in tipping the election to Donald Trump. Now with Cornel West as their likely nominee, they could easily do it again. Risky business. Now, I know you said you don't believe Jill Stein made that big a difference in the vote count in 2016. In Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, her votes did exceed Trump's margin over Clinton. So how do you answer that critique that you will be siphoning votes away and potentially leading to a Trump victory?
Well, part of it is that nearly 40% of our precious citizens every 2 and 4 years decide not to vote at all. And we know that the so-called spoilers, which is a category you can imagine I don't accept at all, over 2/3 of those who vote, it could be a Gary Johnson, a Sister Jill Stein, Brother Ralph Nader, whoever. People say they would never vote for the two parties. And I can understand those two parties become too corrupt. Their politicians are too conformist. Too many of the politicians themselves are just cowardly, will just say anything. What about truth? What about justice? Truth and justice bigger than all of us, bigger than every party, every race, every person. If you're concerned about truth and justice, then you can't be cowardly, complacent, or conformist. And especially if you look at the world through the lens of those who are incarcerated, those who are in ghettos and hoods and barrios. Brother David Axelrod, he looks at the world through the lens of the establishment. Well, of course, from the lens of the establishment, he's concerned about reproducing the establishment. My God, my God. There's no doubt about that. In the 1850s, both parties supported slavery.
But I think he's probably
with
more
the Labor Party.
I think he seems more, though. I mean, you know David Axelrod. He seems more interested in preventing former President Trump from getting reelected, more than I'd say recreating the establishment.
Yes. Well, no, I'm talking about the Democratic Party establishment, though, brother.
Oh, okay.
The Axelrod, you see what I mean? You would agree with, he's very much part of the Democratic Party establishment.
His interests. Anyway, I don't want to speak for him, but you criticized President.
Absolutely.
You criticized President Biden, saying recently that he contributed, in your words, I'm quoting, contributed to a crime against humanity when he became the architect of the mass incarceration regime in the 1990s. You're referring to the 1994 Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act that then Senator Biden sponsored. You also said it's, quote, very clear that his cognitive powers are in decline. You have had a remarkable career. You've championed those whose voices have been silenced all your life. We've had you on the program a ton of times talking about that. You've never run a large bureaucracy or had any major governmental leadership role. Isn't that important to actually governing as president?
Oh, absolutely. I'd have to bring in people who are experienced, but the important thing is your vision and the lens through which you view the world. Policy is something that can be worked out in light of vision. If your vision is one of militarism abroad, then you're going to be preoccupied with wars and militaristic adventures. We've known Biden's got a long history. I don't think he's actually seen a war that he hadn't supported. I think the invasion and occupation of Iraq was a crime against humanity. How many precious hundreds of thousands of Iraqis were killed based on a lie? Well, Biden was running interference in that regard. I think mass incarceration in the United States in the last 40 years is a crime against humanity. I've taught in prisons for 41 years. I've stayed in contact with the rich humanity of my brothers and sisters who have been incarcerated. And many have done things they shouldn't have done. Many are there because they're innocent. But the important thing is, they are sites of barbarity. We ought to be ashamed to live in a country when you look at the conditions of our brothers and sisters who are incarcerated. And it's not just the 1994 crime bill. You can go back to the Biden Thernstrom. He was a Strom Thernstrom bills of 84 and 86 and 91 and then 94. You see what I mean? So it's just a matter of trying to be truthful. I'm not trying to trash Brother Biden. I really not. I'm trying to make him accountable for his actions in light of how the wretched of the earth are treated in this nation and around the world. And that's true for any politician, be it Obama, Biden, Clinton, Bush, Trump. All of them have to be measured by the same standard of truth and justice.
I want to.
So, do y'all hear like the sneak dissing that he's doing again? That Anderson Cooper is doing, and it's like kiss the ring. It shows the power of the Democratic establishment. You know, it's like when Cornel West announced his run for president, he was going to do it under the big D. He was going to run as a Democrat, but then they you know, the pressure from the Democratic establishment pushed him out, and that's why he's running in the Green Party. And he probably would have had somewhat of a shot if he ran as a Democrat, but running as a Green Party has absolutely no shot. And then they still trying to make him kiss the ring and saying, you know, you can't be dissing Biden, you can't be saying these things or whatever. You're just gonna give Trump the win. You know, it's
no, he's a whack job. He never had a chance, no matter what party he went with. He's got good ideas. He's got good statements. He's got good words. But that's all he is publicity and words. He cannot back with ability. I mean, I just listened to him right there, and man, I like him. I like what he says. He might even make a good vice president. But no, I do not feel confident or comfortable with this guy leading my country.
Just from this 4-minute clip was enough for you to make that conclusion?
No, I wasn't listening to Anderson Cooper. I was listening to him because he was the person that I was getting the message from. Yeah, just from this alone, I'm not comfortable with him.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, everyone has their.
He admitted that he's not a leader. He admitted he's going to need help. He doesn't have. He says, "My vision, my plan," which means we're already looking at constitutionality. We're talking about legality. We're talking about this and this and this. We're talking about, well, if people focus on this, that's what it is. No, he's also not understanding that all of that is part of it. He's too focused on certain things. I'm not, I've grown up in the South. I've listened to a lot of people, a lot of men speaking like that. No. As a leader of the country, no. Maybe a vice president, maybe a senator or a congressman, but not as my president.
Okay, I mean, like I say, everyone has their right to their opinion. But you see how
No, I like it. I do.
Yeah. I heard Anderson Cooper sneak this in like left and right, like
he's a twat.
Like you don't have experience in all of this, and like Jill Stein caused Clinton to lose, and you're gonna do the same thing, so forth and so on. I mean, like, it seems like the Democratic Party still hasn't they won't admit the truth. Like, Hillary Clinton was a terrible candidate. Like, she lost. She owns that L. Like, she lost to Trump. Like, that's what she's gonna be remembered as, the person who lost to Trump. Like,
The woman
she did that on her own. She did that all on her own. You know what I mean?
She's the woman that lost to Trump.
And the Democrats have to own that, and for them to be successful in the future, then I don't know how they can be if they can't be honest about things like that. So then, they have to win by shaming the voters into voting for them instead of giving them something to vote for.
Well, if you didn't vote for him, then you ain't a ninja.
Yeah. That's all they have.
That's 100% shaming the voters right there, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's all they have. That's all they have.
I'm going to be bringing that up until mainstream makes him account for that. Which means I'll probably be bringing it up forever because it ain't never going to happen.
Yeah.
Even you'd like him to answer for that.
Yeah, I mean, he is what he is. Because just like what Colonel West was saying in the clip about the crime bill and all of that, like, he is what he is. There, the numbers,
Oh no, Biden is absolutely being the nightmare of the colored community. Going back to as far as I can remember. I mean, he's been behind almost every bill that increased mass incarceration, that increased circumstantial arrest, that has compounded sentences, and it by far affected the black community. And the only reason they got upset was because, no offense, crack started popping up in the white community. It started, rich kids started doing it. And that's why all that legislation started going through. Because while it came up through us, well, they're doing it. They're the one that brought us into our reality and our world. So we need to stop it. If we can stop it from there, then our kids will stop doing it. Meanwhile, we'll make sure that mom has plenty of prescribed drugs and things like that they can raid from the medicine cabinet, which are by far more addictive.
Yeah.
Just saying, you know? Yeah, I had a lot of difficulty with how cancel culture exists to the level that it does, yet Biden was given a pass. Well, I was the vice president of a black man, so that means I'm not racist anymore, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
if you don't vote for me, then you're not black.
Yeah. Insanity. That's what it is. There's a measure for sanity. Um, Voting for Biden as a as a black person, and either not aware or not caring about his history. You know, it's like policy versus personality. Um, and then that kind of works on the Trump side too. You voting for personality and you don't care about the policies.
Well, see, that's what happened. No offense, and here's what's going to surprise a lot of people. That's what happened when Reagan got voted into office. We got our very first celebrity president. And since then, it's been more about the show than it's been about the policy. It's been more about the entertainment. It's been more about the connection than it is about the country. It's
And
more about them and less about us.
and Reagan got a lot done. Not saying that I support the stuff that he got done, but he got a lot of stuff done. And like I was saying, I see people wearing those T-shirts. They're Reagan 84. I think that's what the T-shirts say. What was his? Who was his vice president?
I can't even remember.
Can't remember. But that's the year 84. Reagan 84. And the people are wearing these shirts and it's like a message, you know what I'm saying? Um, they want to go back. They want to go back to that, and they want the politics to be like that, you know.
But the funny thing is, at that time, if you take a look at bipartisan bills where people on both sides supported this law and that law and stuff like that, it was more active during the 80s and all of that than it was ever in almost any time in history. What broke it is the friggin' Republican Party with the impeachment of Bill Clinton. And I know you're surprised to hear me speak out. You think I'm a lot harder to write than I am, but I'm not. The Republican Party went after Clinton because of the Monica Lewinsky scandal.
Mm-hmm.
So that impeachment, that thing right there, that divided right and left. And everything since that time, if you look at it, has been an angry reciprocation of one attack to another on the other side. The number of bipartisan bills has almost evaporated over that time.
And it was really stupid because Bill Clinton was like a damn. He was like Republican. He was so. They called him center or whatever, but he was right. He was on the right of center.
No,
You know,
he was JFK Democrat. 49-51.
and he was giving them what they wanted left and right.
And Yeah, he fucked up a lot of shit, but he did a good job. He also got the benefit of all that money. Everyone was all, oh, well, he got the balanced budget and all that. It's like, okay, well, you got to understand, 20 years before him, Reagan took all of that money, letting people go into IRAs and stuff like that. If you put it into savings, if you put it into stocks, if you put it into bonds, we're not going to tax you on that money you took out until you start pulling it out and spending it and things like that. Well, 20 years later, in Social Security era, here comes Clinton. All of these guys can now access all of these funds and they start spending. Tax rate goes up. He's got more money than normal. He did a great job of spending it. I mean, he did the best he could to keep government spending under the income coming in, which is what every president should do. Right now, we should stop acting like a 20-year-old with their first credit card and start realizing we're a 40-year-old with 18 freaking credit cards that are sucking all of our money out of our life, and that's why we can't do anything. You know,
Yeah.
we are losing our vacation to 23 to 30% interest because we needed the best shoes, we needed the bling, we needed this, we needed to send money to these people, to that people, we need to fight this war, we need to fight that one. No, we need to fight our debt. We need to stop spending like we're friggin' kids with our first credit card. No offense, Democrats, that is a lot of the problem I have with them, is because their answer is to throw money at everything. Unfortunately, the Republicans' answer is to throw money into situations where we can get more money back. They're trying to play the investment game, but unfortunately, they're investing money that we don't have enough of. It doesn't matter how much money you make 20 years from now if you can't eat today.
When I think about Clinton, I think about NAFTA, and I think about, what was it, the Black Predator or whatever, the what was that they were saying, the black guy is the predator or some shit. I'm tired now, but
I'm losing it. I'm not sure of that reference.
you don't know what I'm talking about because I'm saying it wrong. But yeah, I can't think of it.
Hey, you know
Basically,
what? Ideas for a future show. Go back to, say, John F. Kennedy and or right after him, because that's when shit got crazy. Everything was just kind of normal and back and forth up till then. But once Kennedy hit, politics, world politics, everything got crazy. So each show is one presidential length, what they did good, what they did bad, and how the things that they did, started working toward where we are today.
yeah, but like I said, the legacy of Clinton is definitely not NAFTA, and that was not good. And it had to do with saying black people were like thugs and shit, like they were like criminals. Like I can't remember the terminology.
Well, remember, this is during the time that Biden is creating if you get caught with crack, you go to jail for 5 years,
Right.
no matter what.
Right.
If you get caught with a gun, that's 10 more years, no matter what, even if it's a first offense.
All that shit, the 3-strike law and the
Yeah, that's when all of that was coming, And no offense, as much as I like Clinton, he hand waved a lot of stuff. He said, I'm not going to veto things that he should have.
Yeah,
he had the ability to stop some of that.
He was basically a Republican. Anyways, man, I'm gonna have to wrap it, bro. I went way over the time I intended. So thank y'all for listening. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for commenting. And we'll be back next week. Peace and love.
Peace, love. Out.
I'm out.